Show. Again, thanks for watching.
What's your favorite coin?
Morgan Silver Dollars.
Buffalo Nickels.
American Silver Eagles. Lincoln Wheaties.
Walking Liberty half dollars.
Standing Liberty Quarters.
Franklin half dollars.
My personal favorite, Ancients.
Kennedy half dollars.
Cameo proof coins.
Pandas.
Steel Cent.
Liberty Head and St. Gaudens Double Eagles.
Eisenhower dollars.
Some say diamonds are a girl's best friend, but I say it's a gold St. Gaudens.
Peace dollars. Coins from the screw press era.
Cap Bust Halves.
Can't choose? You don't have to. Rick, James, and Jack have all your favorite coins.
And at great collector-friendly prices.
For the best in coin collecting, watch Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. The reason why I'm so excited is because we have the final coin in the American Silver Eagle series, the American Silver Eagle dollar. You know the coin, one of the most beautiful coins ever, first struck in 1986, part of the Ronald Reagan legacy when he was president. But here it is. We have come to the very end of the program. This proof Silver Eagle, struck at San Francisco, is the very last issue with that classic John Mercanti heraldic eagle reverse that first appeared on this silver dollar in 1986. Can you believe it? 2021 will no longer have John Mercanti's unbelievable heraldic eagle reverse. It's being retired. This proof Silver Eagle is the very last coin. So I hope you watch our show, because here on Rare Collectibles TV, we're not just going to give you the very last one and leave you adrift. We will help you build the entire collection either in one fell swoop or a little bit at a time. That's what we do. We are here for the collector. Now, here is the ultimate. Guys, we're right in the middle. We're right in the thick of the very last issue. Right now, it's happening. I want to tell you that this coin went on sale at the U.S. Mint literally moments ago. This is a pre-sale. There's so much to this coin. Number one, notice that it's the first day of issue. When it comes to certified coins, if you want the ultimate, you want that label right there. First of all, it is the last American Silver Eagle dollar to bear the Mercanti reverse, and this one is struck at San Francisco. And unlike the 2020 W, it has a cap on the mintage of 200,000. It's first day of issue. Now, you ask any collector, the ultimate designation on a label, it's not early release, it is first day of issue. So this coin, having just been released, folks, this is a pre-sale, and I want to show you what you are getting.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?
Dollar that is soon to be released, and we're going to give everybody an opportunity to get in on the brand new U.S. Silver Eagle dollar. I'm going to tell you all about it in a second, but this is the very first one in a new series. The series of Type 2 American Silver Eagle dollars is about to be issued by the United States Mint. And we are giving everybody, as I said, an opportunity to get in on this deal before we even get the coins. So you're going to be first in line. You're going to be guaranteed to get an absolute perfect mint condition coin, certified. Now, let me tell you, this is a transition year for the United States Silver Eagle. And what that means is 2021 saw 2 issues of this great silver dollar. The first one was a continuance of the original Type 1 series, which began in 1986 and ended midway through this year of 2021, known as the Type 1s. The second issue is the brand new Type 2. Now, each one of these coins has the same obverse made famous by Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half dollar, struck between 1916 and 1947. That's the obverse design you see there of Liberty striding forward. And on the reverse, you see right there, Emily Damstra's classic, instant classic, eagle about to land in the nest and with the oak branch in its talons. This is a big year for the silver dollar. This is a proof coin. This is a collector's version, and the only way for us to get this coin, for you to get this coin, is to individually order them from the U.S. Mint. But alas, they're all sold out. How do you do it? This is how we do it. Guaranteed to be the highest grade. Now, before we really get into it, I want to lay a little groundwork for this series. Ronald Reagan, we're going to go way back in time. It's 1985. Ronald Reagan is just beginning his second term as President of the United States. And Ronald Reagan signed into law in 1985 the Liberty Coin Act. It's called the Liberty Coin Act because it was really authorizing the United States to issue a brand new silver dollar to honor the 100th anniversary of the Statue of Liberty, 1986. But as an addendum to that bill, Reagan signed into law authorizing the Treasury to begin striking a new silver dollar. But not just a new silver dollar, to begin a new series of silver dollars. So it began in 1986. And in order to ensure that this silver dollar was going to be accepted and a success, one of the ultimate designs of Liberty was chosen. Now, a lot of people don't know this kind of little-known fact. John Mercanti, when he began work on this new silver dollar in 1985, he also upgraded, he uplifted the obverse. So he did a lot of re-engraving and a lot of bringing out the detail in the dies that you would never see on a traditional Walking Liberty half dollar, a coin that was originally struck for commerce. This being the largest silver dollar the United States of America ever issued, he really had the opportunity to display the Walking Liberty figure in a way that you would never see on a Walking Liberty half dollar. And his reverse was a tribute to the heraldic eagle reverse. So that gives us history from 1986 to 2021 of the Type 1s. But this presentation is all about the brand new Type 2, the coin that's replacing John Mercanti's amazing heraldic eagle reverse with a classic, an instant classic reverse that is done by an artist by the name of Emily Damstra. And she is actually, at this stage of the game, she's world famous. She's a naturalist. She, from a very young age, just as a little girl, observed nature, had a free rein from her parents to practice her art, and became so enamored with the natural world that she began to produce works of art that featured all different forms of animals. So it's kind of a natural that she was chosen to render the new design for the reverse of this classic silver dollar that had been in production since 1986. Emily was actually a guest on this show, and she talked about just that, about a love for nature, about really kind of a knack for getting the descriptions, the artistic descriptions of so many animals. She has done over 40 designs, and she's done designs for the Royal Canadian Mint. She has now had the opportunity as the artist contributing a brand new reverse to a silver dollar that has already gone down in history as the most popular silver dollar this country has ever issued. Now, it's important because the Type 1 proof version, the collector's version of this coin, sold out in mere minutes at the U.S. Mint. And the mintage of that coin was 327,000. It was darn low mintage. We all know that in a transition year when there was so little time to produce this new Type 2 coin, we don't know what the vintage is going to be yet, but we can anticipate that it is going to be so eagerly received that its sellout will equal the Type 1. We are here right now, ladies and gentlemen, to bring you this coin, and here's the guarantee. And look at that design, and in a minute we're going to get into why this design has become the instant classic that it is, because of the way it was rendered and all that it conveys is really surprising. But first, this coin in the highest grade attainable is never a guarantee. As a matter of fact, it's very rare for any one of these silver dollars to grade in a perfect grade. And when we look at the whole history of the series, what we see is that it's always a very small percentage of the entire mintage that's able to be graded by a third-party grading service. A perfect grade. I had to say that 3 times because Proof 70 Deep Cameo is the highest designation any coin can achieve. And it's a first strike. Struck at the West Point Mint. A Proof 70 DCAM stands for Deep Cameo. And that's that amazing black and white contrast that you will see on your coin when you get it in hand. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a pre-sale. The coins have yet to arrive, and here's the greatest part about it. Though in a perfect grade they certify in the minority of coins, everybody answering the call right now is going to be guaranteed to get the absolute highest grade attainable. Now, we've done a lot of checking, and I got to tell you, the Type 1s are already cresting $500 and going to the stratosphere. And I expect nothing less than the same thing for this coin. And I want to tell you right now, please get to the phone early. This is a pre-sale, but I want to make sure that everybody who wants one gets a perfect graded Proof 70 Deep Cameo Type 2. And not for $550 or $600 or $800, but for $395. Rare Collectibles TV offers a 30-day money-back guarantee. We want you to be more than happy. We want you to come back for a lot more of these silver dollars. Now, this label is hand-signed by Emily Damstra. And I've got to tell you, when you look at the artwork, when you look at the design that she has rendered for the reverse, it is clear that they chose the right artist whose rendering replaces the world-famous John Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle reverse. When I look at that design, it really hits home because it's all about the emotion that Emily Damstra has always felt whenever she has looked at wildlife. And you can see that she has captured that feeling. And from that simple design of that eagle about to land in the nest, and I've heard her describe it, with the oak branch in its talons, it elicits a response that you can really only feel when you've been out in the wild, as she has, and when you see the eagles in their nest. Eagles are very unique in the fact that they mate for life, they rear and protect the children in the nest. And Emily had this feeling of the family of eagles, of what it elicits, how the response that you get when you view this in nature. And this has all been conveyed in this reverse. I got to tell you, I really love it. I think it's an apt replacement for Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle reverse. And this is the beginning of a new series, ladies and gentlemen, Type 2. So not only will you be guaranteed to get the ultimate grade, but if you're just starting a Silver Eagle collection, you're going to get the highest grade, you're going to get the first one, and you're going to be guaranteed to get that coin as a first strike. We're all about mintages because we're coin collectors and we want low mintage. And when we talk about certified coins, we want the highest grade attainable, no exceptions. This is what's happening here, ladies and gentlemen. I got to tell you, I don't know what the mintage of this coin is going to end up. We haven't even received them yet. But I know a couple of things. This coin is the most popular silver dollar in the world today. It has supplanted the Morgan, the Peace Dollar, and all the other silver dollars that the U.S. has ever issued. It is amongst the silver dollars of the world the most respected. It is large, it is pure. And I think that when you couple the classic Walking Liberty half dollar obverse with the now classic reverse, the Damstra Classic, what you get is a coin for the ages. I'm standing here right now, ladies and gentlemen, not a single one of these coins have been delivered, and I can tell you right now, the response is going to be amazing. This is what everybody has been waiting for, and the price of $395 is hard to beat. Now, we compile this table of mintages. When we look back in history at other coins that were first issued, we have to go back to the beginning of this series, 1986. Over 1.4 million coins, and they sold out in a heartbeat. In fact, they were released very late in the year, and they were gobbled up immediately. One of the reasons why I print this whole table is to show you where the collectors are in this series. Every one of those coins that you see right there are the collector's version of these coins. They're specially made for collectors. They're struck at least twice from specially prepared dies and specially prepared plangets, the coining blanks. Absolute perfection going in. And still, no matter how hard the U.S. Mint tries, they cannot achieve perfection for every single coin or every other one. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, in most instances, you have to submit, well, one coin for every 10 or sometimes one coin for every 20 just to get one perfect grade. So year in and year out, with the exception of 2009, the U.S. Mint has issued this silver dollar for collectors. And as I was saying, the 2021, the Type 1, that mintage of 327,000 went so fast. It was the quickest sellout ever because it was about 2 or 3 minutes for a silver coin, and they were gone. This new Type 2 silver dollar is so eagerly anticipated by collectors. I know it's only going to be minutes as well. I am giving you a free pass right now. We here at Rare Collectibles TV are giving you a free pass to the front of the line, an opportunity to get a first strike, an opportunity to get an official recognized replacement. Can you believe it? Replacement for the Mercanti Heraldic Eagle Reverse. A design that was created by a naturalist, by an artist since she was 6 years old, by somebody who has been commissioned over 40 times by world mints for naturalistic art, for naturalistic designs. It might be said that it's her forte, and the way she expresses that love of nature comes through and has come through more than any other design I've ever seen on this silver dollar right here. Right now, it is accepted as a classic design. And just look at it. It is so simple, yet so bold. It concentrates so fully on the detail of the eagle. You get that feeling of the eagle about to land in the nest. And we're going to talk about the oak branch in a second and how it relates to the designs of Emily Damstra. I mentioned that there's a beginning for every series, and the beginning for this series was 1986. These are the very first year, 1986, Silver Eagle dollars. This was from an auction that took place. This is a perfect grade coin. Now, the funny thing about this is that coin in 2013 in a perfect grade, the first year of the Silver Eagle, brought over $21,000 at auction. And you know what that means? It did not start at $21,000, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at this. This is also the first year. And it's close to $7,000. And here is another, and this is also the very first year of the series, and this one is over $7,600. So, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk popularity, you look at the Morgan Dollar series, and there are coins in the Morgan Dollar series in the right grade that are hundreds of thousands of dollars. The thing about these, the classic American silver dollars of yesterday, impossible to achieve in a grade higher than Mint State 69. And that's a very few select coins. What we love about the silver dollars of today, it gives all us collectors an opportunity to get a coin in a condition that you could never do before. The ultimate condition, proof 70. a perfect coin and the ultimate description of the surface. The design of Liberty walking towards you, known as the device of the coin, is in the heaviest frosting you're ever going to see. And the background of the coin, which is known as the field, the part of the coin, with absolutely no design on it at all. It's a mirror. And that, when it is properly executed on a coin, becomes deep cameo, obverse and reverse. They don't give me a lot of time for these presentations, folks, and I can tell by the amount of response on the phone lines that we could do 2 hours on this coin, because this is the most eagerly awaited silver dollar in quite a, well, actually, since the Type 1 ended the series. Equally as enticing as a series ending is a new beginning. And this is a new beginning for the Type 2 series of the American Silver Eagle dollar, with a new designer of the reverse, Emily Damstra. But the classic design of Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half dollar remaining on the obverse. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what you are getting an opportunity to get in on is a pre-sale before the coin is delivered. Now, you may look at us like we're kind of crazy, because we're going out on a limb and we're guaranteeing everybody who rings the phone right now an opportunity to get the highest example in both grade and cameo designation. Proof 70. If you're not a coin collector, that magic number of 70 is indicative of perfect condition. We use what's known as the Sheldon grading scale. And it goes from 1 to 70, not 1 to 100. So when you get a coin, whether it be mint state or proof or reverse proof, when it has a 7-0, it is a perfect grade. And it's no easy task, because, you know, we're all about the right information. But I want you to do this yourself. Do some research, because that's what we do here. There are umpteen hours of research that goes behind every single one of these presentations. And I can tell you this, year in and year out for this series, which started in 1986, the chance to get a perfect grade is the extreme minority. It hardly ever happens. This is not something you can take your chances on and say, oh, you know, I'll get it next year, I'll get it next week. You might, but you're not going to get in on the ground floor. You're not going to get it at $395. We're already seeing the Type 1s. Well, we were at $395 for the Type 1s when we issued them. We're already seeing $550, $600, $800. $395 right here and right now for the beginning of a new series of the most popular silver dollar ever struck. And it's a natural, because it contains now 2 unbelievable designs. You know, if you were around when the Walking Liberty half dollar circulated in this country, you fell in love with that allegorical of liberty. It was like no other coin issued. It was, simply put, a representation of freedom that instilled a love for freedom in everybody who came across one. So it was a natural to bring this back on this coin in 1986. It was instant recognition. And it was that instant feeling of liberty. And that's why the word liberty, folks, is so prominently displayed going halfway around the diameter of that coin. You're also seeing aspects of the coin in terms of the stars and stripes. That's right, Lady Liberty right there is wearing the American flag as a gown. And it flows all from the top to the bottom. And you see the sun rising. This was all meant to convey a welcoming to the new people coming to the United States of America, to a new century that had just recently dawned. And when you couple that with the brand new design, it elicits that feeling of freedom, that feeling of family, which is exactly on that reverse what Emily Damstra was trying to portray. And lastly, I want to say that Eagle is holding in its talons an oak branch. The oak tree is one of the mightiest trees in the world. That type of oak tree is original to the United States of America. Have you ever seen a design that conveys all of that aspects like this one? I have got to tell you, instantly fell in love with it. Instantly, especially when you hear the story behind it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what we do here is numismatics. And when it comes to numismatics, when it comes to coin collecting, we want the newest, we want the highest grade, We want the best cameo designation. We want third-party grading. We want authentication with a hand-signed signature by the artist herself. And what we want above everything, I know you're going to think I'm going to say it's the price. It's not, because we always have the greatest price. We want an opportunity to get one of these coins, or however many you so choose, in our collections in the highest grade right now. Don't be one of the folks who missed out on the final Type 1s. Be one of the first to get the brand new Type 2s. That's the story of the brand new Type 2 American Silver Eagle dollars in the highest grade and designation attainable, a Proof 70 Deep Cameo in the exclusive Damstra label, certified by PCGS from Rare Collectibles TV. For how much? $395. Thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned. In 2016, there was a great numismatic event that was 100 years in the making. The coin that I'm talking about was the 100th anniversary, the centennial, of Adolph A. Wyman's masterpiece of numismatic coin design, the Walking Liberty Half Dollar. The Walking Liberty Half Dollar was first issued in 1916 and last issued in 1947. The thing about the Walking Liberty Half Dollar is so many, millions of Americans grew up with this coin. And of course, the Walking Liberty Half Dollar was the mainstay of commerce. It was the most widely used of the United States minor coinage. And what I mean by that is that wasn't a coin that wasn't a silver dollar. And to honor this coin after 100 years was really a big event. Now here's the thing. This Walking Liberty Half Dollar, to honor its 100th anniversary, was struck in solid gold. And this is something that all of us collectors really had always imagined when we were little kids, and occasionally we'd find a Walking Liberty Half Dollar in our travels. And as we grew into coin collecting, we began to visit coin conventions or coin shows or local coin shops, or read all the coin publications we could get our hands on. We were enamored of the allegorical designs that were first represented of Liberty on the Walking Liberty Half Dollar. So in 2016, the Mint decided they would issue a series of coins to honor one of the greatest anniversaries, the 100th anniversary of the Renaissance of coin design, of which the Walking Liberty Half Dollar was one of the main parts of the Renaissance of coin design. The coins that you are now seeing are the absolute highest examples that a coin can receive by a grading service. SP70, a specimen 70 grade, a unique one-year type offering, struck in a metal that was different than the metal it was originally issued in. Originally, this coin was issued in 90% silver, and it was struck to circulate throughout this country and provide buying power for all American citizens. But it became a part of the family. Everybody knew the Walking Liberty Half Dollar. No matter what condition, you had a Walking Liberty Half Dollar, and you had something special if you were a coin collector in the early days. If you were lucky enough to receive one of these coins to add to your coin collection in uncirculated condition, you had a fabulous rarity. Some of these coins in the 1980s went to thousands of dollars per coin in uncirculated condition, and this was something that was true of all Walking Liberty Half Dollars in the whole entire series. To find one of these coins in uncirculated condition from the time when the coin was issued was a major find. 100 years later, with the Mint honoring this special issue that was so important to our country, 100 years later, to own one of these coins in the highest grade you can grade a coin in, the highest grade attainable, is even harder to get than those silver coins from the time of the original issue. This coin had a low mintage, ladies and gentlemen. It had a short window of opportunity by which any American citizen could order these coins directly from the United States Mint. It was one of those coins where you had to seek out the Mint to get it. They certainly didn't release them in circulation. And this was not the type of coin that you could go to any local coin shop and see in regular inventory. This was something special. This was the 100th anniversary of one of the most beloved coin designs ever seen. Now, maybe it's because Adolph A. Wyman was a pupil, a protege of Augustus St. Gaudens. He studied under him. He worked with him. He learned the craft. He learned design elements. He learned the sculpting aspects of turning a sculpture into a coin, something that takes a special eye and a special artist's ability. Something that Augustus St. Gaudens possessed and that he passed on to Adolph A. Wyman. Take a look at that design right there. It's very familiar because it is the design that appears on the American Silver Eagle dollar and has since 1986, but originally as a half dollar. Well, here is an opportunity to see this design in solid pure gold in a way that you had never seen a Walking Liberty half dollar before, in a way that you could never have seen it before. Now, the 100th anniversary of one of the most beloved coin designs, a coin that really started so much of the redesign, the renaissance of American coinage, in a perfect grade, is tough to get today. Now, the United States Mint, with all the technology that they possess, and this coin was struck in 2016, with all the artistry and all the tools they have at their fingertips. This coin in a perfect grade, it happens only 13% of the time. So ladies and gentlemen, when we wanted to get one of these coins graded in a perfect specimen 70 grade, a flawless coin, perfect condition, we had to submit 10 coins to get one in a perfect grade. It's hard to do. It's hard to do for anybody. So what we've done, ladies and gentlemen, 5 years since this coin was issued, we decided to try our luck at finding some of these coins in a perfect SP 70 grade. It only happens 13% of the time, so we knew it wasn't going to be easy. All our collectors and collectors everywhere want the highest grade, the most beautiful example, a third-party graded coin, lots of accuracy, and a great value. The Walking Liberty half dollar is not just a famous coin. It's also one of the rarest in certain dates of any of the half dollars ever issued. And I'm going to show you why the Walking Liberty half dollar, after 100 years, was such a quick sellout. This had a very, very small mintage. The window wasn't open very long at all. And what you get today in the ultimate Walking Liberty half dollar. Here's one of the most sought after of all the issues of the Walking Liberty half dollar, the 1921 D. And there is a coin in circulated condition. It has VF detail, which means the coin has an altered surface and has been compromised numismatically and is still almost an $800 coin. Here is a 1921 D, another coin that's been cleaned, $3,000. I want to tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, to get a coin that was only issued once in a 100-year span, will never be issued again, is a Walking Liberty half dollar, struck on those original coining presses from the original dies that were used to recreate this coin. And I say recreate because something was different about this coin than all the other Walking Liberty half dollars. After 100 years of history, what would be the greatest gift that the Walking Liberty half dollar could give to all us collectors? To be issued in solid gold. Something that, when we were growing up as collectors, we dreamed of owning the most beautiful example and one of the most original allegorical designs of liberty the world had ever seen in solid gold. If only this coin had been issued in solid gold. It took 100 years. How do you make the original better? You make it out of solid gold. Take a look at some of the Walking Liberty half dollars that made this coin possible today. This is a 1921S. Now, something you're going to recognize about every single one of these coins is that they are heavily circulated, but their value is still immense. And this coin right here, in a very, very worn out coin, and it's pretty worn, is $600. The rarity of this coin. What I'm doing here, folks, is I'm showing you past issues of Walking Liberty half dollars. And now I want to show you their mintages, and I want you to take special notice at the only gold Walking Liberty half dollar ever issued, and the mintage as it stands next to some of the other great rarities. The 21S had a low mintage, 548,000. I just showed you a worn out coin for $600. But the mintage of the 100th anniversary Walking Liberty half dollar, well, the mintage of this coin from the United States Mint, 65,512 coin. And when you look at other issues that were meant to be released into circulation, who still survive today at great value, even in heavily circulated coins, you'll see why 65,000 coins for the 100th year of this coin was something that just wasn't enough. There weren't enough coins for all the thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions of collectors of the Walking Liberty half dollar. So we started to analyze how many coins you would have to send in for grading just to get one Walking Liberty half dollar in a perfect SB 70 grade in the solid gold 100th anniversary issue. And it's very unusual that the Mint would issue a half dollar in gold. Previously, they'd done it for the Kennedy half dollar because it was a very special event to honor that anniversary. Well, Adolph A. Wyman contributed 2 coins to the catalog of United States numismatics, the Walking Liberty half dollar and the Mercury dime. And coincidentally, the 100th anniversary of the Walking Liberty half dollar and the Mercury dime were both celebrated in the same year. 2 masterpieces. Of all the coins that the Mint issued to honor this special centennial year of 2016, the Walking Liberty half dollar was the largest, also the smallest mintage. Just to pave the way a little bit more, I want to show you a few other Walking Liberty half dollars from the days when they were struck for circulation and how they are received today by collectors in terms of how the value has been preserved. Here is a 1923S, also one of the coins on my table of coins, with a mintage over 2 million. And there you see a coin in almost uncirculated grade, selling for nearly $3,300. So ladies and gentlemen, only 13% of these coins will ever grade in a perfect 70 grade, specimen 70 designation, by any grading service, anywhere in the world. Only 13%. So here's what we have. These are the last of these coins. These were directly from a vault holding that we had been engaged in buying, and we've been trying to land this deal for years. We wanted it very badly because it's the only time you're ever going to see the Walking Liberty half dollar in its original size, its original diameter, with its original design in solid gold. And you're going to start to see detail on this coin, on this design, that you could never see on the original Walking Liberty half dollars. There are details of the eagle you see there, and all the detail in the body and in the wings that simply are not visible on the Walking Liberty half dollar that was meant to circulate from 1916 to 1947. Likewise on the obverse, features of the allegorical of liberty striding forward with Old Glory wrapped around her shoulders and descending down around her legs as a gown that you would never see in a million years on a traditional Walking Liberty half dollar. It took a pure gold Walking Liberty half dollar, 100 years in the making, to strike that detail. That detail that was originally envisioned by Adolph A. Wyman in 1916. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the last coins anywhere in the United States of America that you could call from any kind of a hoard. And this is a mini hoard. The last ones, every coin, a perfect specimen 70 grade. Every coin, a perfect condition grade. $2,495. $2,495. There will never be a lot of these. The mintage was low. The predominant amount that had been certified did not garner a perfect grade. Only 13% of all the coins ever struck in this year for this 100th anniversary will grade a perfect 70 grade. Only 13%. Really important to note. There will only be one 100th anniversary of the Walking Liberty half dollar. And you can bet there's never going to be another solid gold one. But look at that design. There are elements here that you will never see on the traditional Walking Liberty half dollar. And don't forget, take advantage of splitting the payments into two equal payments of $1,247.50. Because it'll give you the ability right now to give us a call and lock this coin up. Get one of these coins that you see going by, reserved with your name on it. Then you have an entire month to make the other payment, the other $1,247.50. We find this helps collectors make that decision right now to lock this up. This is not the type of coin that is going to be available in the future. Judging by how few we have, how long it took us to even find a little mini hoard, you know, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to chase this coin around and never find it in a perfect grade because the vast majority did not grade an SP70. 87% didn't get a perfect grade, got lower grades. So there's going to be a lot of phone calls, a lot of going to conventions, a lot of going to shows to find just one of these coins in a perfect 70 grade. What are you going to pay for this coin then? Here's one selling for about $2,800, same grade, SP70. Here's another one that I found at about $3,000. And you know, the funny thing about coins like these, as the coins are released, people go crazy for these coins. Everybody wanted one. Just hearing that there would be a Walking Liberty half dollar struck in solid gold was something that was hard for a lot of us coin collectors to wrap our heads around. Yeah, we're honoring 100 years since this great design came out. And this design was the reason why we have the American Silver Eagle dollar today, because it was so admired that it was a natural to grace a silver dollar. Nobody ever imagined that they would see this Walking Liberty half dollar in pure gold on a planchet the size of the original Walking Liberty half dollar. Not only is it of the highest precious metal content, but it is also of the rarest of all these issues. Of the 65,000 of these coins that were sold directly by the U.S. Mint to collectors, not one of these coins will gain a 70 grade without multiple coins being submitted for consideration. So this is nearly impossible for anybody to do. And as you get further away from those 2016 issue dates, it gets even harder and harder. The U.S. Mint has been very responsive as of late to collectors. In 2009, the Mint honored and celebrated the 100th anniversary of the ultra-high relief St. Gaudens. And this was a very special event. And just to give you a little idea, here is one in a beautiful grade, but take a look. Almost $4,700. So when the Mint responds to the appetite and the desires of the collector, collectors sit up and notice because you get extremely, well, rare coins only available for a very short period of time. And if you're lucky enough to get one of these coins in the ultimate grade, well, you've accomplished what thousands of collectors have never had the chance to do. No two ways about it. Let me just say again, 87% of these coins will not be in perfect grade. Only 13% will. Solid gold, pure gold, an interpretation of the original Adolph A. Wyman design of the Walking Liberty half dollar that the world has never seen before and will never see again. Detail of strike that can only be achieved in the purest of gold. And again, when you look at that reverse, and I might mention something about this coin that had very rarely happened in numismatics. The amount of artwork that was devoted to the reverse of this coin and the obverse of this coin have been recognized as the ultimate design tribute of liberty by the generations of collectors that have come after the original Walking Liberty designs. It took an artist, a master sculptor like Adolph A. Wyman, who was not a Mint employee when he was commissioned to come up with this design for the newest half dollar. He was an artist who was so well thought of that he was an actual contemporary of Augusta St. Gaudens. His work speaks for itself, but there will only be one issue in solid, pure gold, and you're looking at it right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just say, I am surrounded by some of the greatest literature that pays tribute to all the original Walking Liberty half dollars. And what I mean by that is after a century of these coins, you are looking at circulated examples in the marketplace today that you can barely tell what the coin was, that sell for hundreds, even thousands of dollars. This coin with that much heritage was honored in 2016 with the one and only solid pure gold issue this coin will ever have. And it can be yours for $2,495 in the ultimate perfect grade, perfect condition, a once-in-a-100-year opportunity right now. Thank you so much for watching Rare Collectibles TV. Remember, there will only be 100th anniversary of the Walking Liberty half dollar, and that means only one solid gold issue. And we've got the last of them anywhere. Thank you very much once again, and I hope to see you real soon. I'm inviting you in to what is the most anticipated Mint release in decades. After 35 years, the United States Mint is retiring John Mercanti's heraldic eagle reverse on the American Silver Eagle dollar after 35 years. Now, this news has been greeted in an amazing way because, ladies and gentlemen, we have the final issue of this great silver dollar, the 2021 Type 1 American Silver Eagle dollar in a perfect proof 70 ultra cameo grade with our exclusive label. And I want to tell you folks out there, this coin, as we speak, is setting records. In fact, it set every record you could possibly set for a sellout of a coin. What you're looking at right there, ladies and gentlemen, is completely sold out right now. We have 1,000 of these coins, and that's it. And after they are gone, folks, they're gone, because what you're looking at was the quickest sellout of an American silver dollar, really of any coin I have ever seen. In less than 5 minutes, over 325,000 of these coins were sold, and they are all gone. If you don't order one now, you're not going to get one. This is the last Silver Eagle of its kind. A new design on the reverse and a refreshed obverse will be replacing this 35-year-long tradition of issuing the largest silver dollar the U.S. has ever issued. Larger than a Morgan, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at why these coins are so popular. Since 1986, this coin has been issued. Collectors have taken to this coin to the point where it has become the most popular silver dollar in the country. Now, since 1986 to the present time, there have been over 541 million business strikes that have been struck and shipped out of the U.S. Mint. For the collector, over 27 million proofs. And truth be told, the business strikes have become just as sought after by collectors as the collector's kinds. It's amazing. Burnished die is also a collector's version, which has been issued just since 2006, over 3 million coins. A few examples have been struck in reverse proof, not even 900,000 coins. But when you add up all of those hundreds of millions of coins, it gives you an indication why. The last coin of its kind, the last heraldic eagle reverse, the last design of John Mercanti's, the 12th chief engraver, is happening right now. John Mercanti started at the U.S. Mint in 1974. John Mercanti was a master die engraver, a master sculptor. In fact, here you see an actual image of John creating the very first reverse for the Silver Eagle dollar. And he did this in what is known as a plaster. So by hand, he created that heraldic eagle reverse. And from that plaster, the main die is created. It's a long and laborious process that had to involve the artist's touch. And you can see, as he created this reverse in a much larger version to be reduced down to the dollar-sized coin. These are actual images of him performing the work. Spectacular. That right there is the lasting tribute to the great work of John Mercanti, who was a prolific coin designer and sculptor at the U.S. Mint from 1974 all the way to 2010. He became the chief engraver and just the 12th chief engraver in 2006. And he retired in 2010. And now, his reverse is retiring as well. And it will be replaced. So, for all you collectors out there, let me say a magic word to you. A transitional coin is what you're looking at. Mid-year, the U.S. switching from the original Type 1 heraldic eagle reverse. And by the way, enough credit is not given to John Mercanti for also enhancing the obverse of that coin, the original Adolph A. Weinman design brought to life on a coin twice the size of the half dollar that it originally appeared on, so that you can see detail that John himself engraved on those dies to make that design of the walking liberty come to life. It had never been before like this. That was all John Mercanti. So, transitional year. You know, in 1909, from the San Francisco Mint, an Indian head cent was issued. But also in 1909, from the San Francisco Mint, the very first Lincoln penny, transitioning in mid-year from the Indian cent to the Lincoln cent. And collectors love these transitional coins because they don't happen a lot. There's a 1909 Indian head penny in a spectacular grade, and look at what it brought. And here, issued the same year, is the 1909 Lincoln penny, transitioning from Indian to Lincoln in the same year. And look at that coin, a monster. Now, the St. Gaudens Gold Double Eagle, 1907 was the first year, but that was a transitional year as well. Here's an 07 St. Gaudens. But in 1907, the Mint also issued a 1907 Liberty $20 Gold Double Eagle. Transitional year. You could really say that this year will be a transitional year for the Silver Eagle dollar, and you're getting an opportunity to buy the last one before they transition to Type 2. 1921, Morgan dollar transitioned into the 1921 peace dollar. So there have been a couple examples in the history of numismatics when there have been transition, same date of a coin, same face value, different design. There has never been as much interest in a transitional coin as there is in this one. The series, ladies and gentlemen, that has gone on for 35 years is ending now, right now. There is a final mintage figure on this coin, and they were just released. I'm talking about moments ago. Incredibly, over 325,000 of these coins were scooped up in one day. We're lucky. We have 1,000 coins in perfect proof 70 with a final tribute label to John Mercanti, autographed by John Mercanti, with our exclusive Reagan Mercanti artwork. It's an exclusive label to Rare Collectibles TV, and that means a whole lot, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I want everybody to know, this is a pre-sale. It's going to be about 30 days and you will receive your coins, but I have got to tell you, if you don't order now, the chances are, in fact, not just the chances are, you're not going to get one. Believe it or not, this coin is so popular that over 1,800 of these coins went out the door per second in the sellout. Per second. 327,000 coins gone like that, ladies and gentlemen. But I'll tell you, of that 327,000 coins, every one of the ones that we have, the 1,000 coins, are all perfect grade proof 70. All ultra cameo, the highest grade you can get. In coin grading, we use something called the Sheldon grading scale. And basically what it is, it goes from 1 all the way to 70. Now, 1 being the worst quality you can get. You don't want a coin that grades 1. The highest pinnacle that you can achieve is the number 70. And in this case, a proof, a coin with a mirrored background, a coin with a satin or frosty image of liberty, what we call the device. You see, any part of a silver dollar with raised lettering or raised design is known as the device of the coin. And any part of the coin that is free of any lettering or any design is known as the field. So as you look at this coin right here, you see the background appears as black because it's a mirror. And when it comes to collector coins, coins that are struck for the collector, what you're looking at is the ultimate design, a proof collector's coin, a coin that will be struck a minimum of 2 times to bring out all of the detail. Now, I want you to take a look at some of the other amazing United States Silver Eagle dollars that have been issued that have gotten to be so sought after by collectors and world famous. Let's take a look at a really kind of a short list. The first year, 1986, 1.4 million coins, everyone in the collector's hands. 1995, 1993, and 1994. I put that one on the list because it is one of the lowest mintage of regular issues of the proofs that the Mint has ever issued. Key date. But the new 2021 from West Point, a Type 1, because there will be a Type 2 for 2021, which will be released later on this year. But what you're looking at is an opportunity, a last chance to get the final original Type 1 issue. Now, the mintage is really low. It's even lower than a 1994, which is a key date in the series. And take a look. The mintage of the 1994, 372,168. The 2021, 327,440. Now, take a look at this. In a perfect proof 70 grade, this is what you're up against for a 1994, almost $3,000 at auction. Higher mintage than the coin that we're talking about right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now, for the coin that has been anticipated, you know, it took 35 years in the making for this coin to come to market. It's the last of its kind. The reverse is being retired, so no more of John Mercanti's tribute to the original heraldic eagle reverse of the early American silver dollars that he designed, that he crafted for this great silver dollar. And he did this back in 1986, ladies and gentlemen. The last one right now. Get ready, because I want you to know, now this is serious. We have a maximum quantity on this of 25 coins per household, if you will. Here's how we're doing it, ladies and gentlemen. A single coin, $379. $379. In a perfect proof 70 grade with an autograph label by John Mercanti, the designer of the reverse, with a special Rare Collectibles TV special label, which we have exclusively. And once again, I want to show you folks why this is so exciting. We're at $379 for a single coin, and I hope you're on the line looking to get quantity, because there's quantity pricing. But I want to show you where the world is at right now. We're at $379 for a single coin. There's a great price at $490. I'm telling you, that is a great price, but not as good as Rare Collectibles. $379 for a single coin. Here's an opportunity to buy 5 coins for $375 each. $1,875. And we're going to split that into 2 equal payments of $937.50. Folks, you can get 10 coins. 10 coins are going to be $369 each, $3,690. And again, take advantage of the opportunity to split that $3,690 into 2 equal payments of $1,845. There is a limit to 25 coins that you can order, and I must tell you, this is a monumental event in the history of these coins. Number one, it's the last one. 35 years, this series has been going strong, and you are looking at the final example of the reverse. And forevermore, from 1986 to 2021, will be called Type 1. Mid-year of 2021, a Type 2 will be issued with a new reverse and a new designer of that reverse. But here is an exclusive opportunity. We only were able to get our hands on 1,000 of these coins. And judging by the fact that in one day, over 325,000 of these coins disappeared from the mint, sold out, they're not going to last. I got to tell you, folks, I am prevented from owning even one of these coins, but you got to take advantage of this. $379. Now, why does everybody like this coin so much? Number one, it features the design of the original Walking Liberty half dollar that was created by Adolph A. Wyman in 1916. This design was brought back under the Liberty Coin Act, signed by Ronald Reagan in 1985. That was the law that was passed that allowed the Treasury to begin striking the silver dollar. And they have struck the silver dollar since 1986. The series has been going strong since 1986. And we have thousands and thousands of collectors, mega thousands, who purchase the entire collection from 1986 all the way to 2020. And we offer that in a perfect Proof 70 grade and also in a Proof 69, near perfection grade as well. We cannot keep enough of those complete collections in stock, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final addition to that collection. So right off the bat, we only have 1,000 coins. You got to have this coin. It's the last one. Collectors all over the world have come to get this coin. This is groundbreaking. This has never happened before. As I am talking to you right now, ladies and gentlemen, this issue didn't even last 5 minutes. Can you believe that? Totally gone, a low mintage, lower than the 1994. And I keep saying that because that 1994 is a key date coin. And they sell for almost $3,000 at auction when one comes around, if you're lucky enough to be the final bidder. So this is the opportunity to get in ground floor on this coin. Because don't forget, what we're doing here is a photograph, because this coin has yet to arrive at our doorstep. But we can guarantee that you will be part of 1,000, well, more than 1,000, because we're letting folks right now, and this is probably going to be the only opportunity to do this, to purchase up to 25 of these coins, to put these away, because if ever there was a coin that deserves to be put away, this is the coin. 35 years in the making. A retiring reverse that was done by the father of the reverse of the American Silver Eagle, John Mercanti, just the 12th chief engraver at the U.S. Mint. He started at the U.S. Mint in 1974. And John Mercanti retired in 2010. The original John Mercanti reverse that he crafted in the very beginning of the program in 1986 has graced the reverse of this dollar since that time. No more. This is the final issue. So no wonder the coin sold out in record time. No wonder over 327,000 of these coins went like that. Now, as I was saying, we have the highest attainable grade and designation for these coins. A perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, that black and white contrast that you see displaying on the coin is the Cameo, in this case, Ultra Cameo. And it is the highest designation. So, you're getting the finest quality attainable. There will be no higher quality or higher grade. Collectors all over the world have come to get this coin. This is groundbreaking. This has never happened before. Over 500 million mint state Silver Eagles have been issued. And I just want to give you a little idea of the staggering amount of coins as a total and per year. And the reason why I'm showing you this is because these are the coins by which collectors have gravitated to, have bought right off the bat, have put into complete collections. Now, these are mint states. The amazing amount of these coins that have been struck at the U.S. Mint and shipped out, over 500 million coins. There are millions of collectors for these coins. And so many collectors are compiling complete collections that this coin, now what we're talking about here is a proof. I'm illustrating just how many millions and millions of collectors there are by showing you some of the mintages of the business strikes, which has become so collectible themselves. And I want to show you also the collector's versions. Now, you remember I mentioned that over 27 million of these special coins that are struck a minimum of 2 times, and the mint goes above and beyond to create the ultimate silver dollar. And I want you to take a look. Every year, collectors order directly from the U.S. Mint, and take a look at the amount of coins that collectors are purchasing of these silver dollars every year. But something that will never be able to be said again for these type 1s. That 2021 W proof with a mintage of 327,440 gone in one day. If that doesn't tell you something, ladies and gentlemen, nothing will. And we have them. You're going to want to get 30 or 40 of these. There's a limit of 25. This is very important. If you buy a single coin, if you buy a deal of 5 or you buy a deal of 10, you will receive this unbelievable book. This book was authored by John Mercanti. Miles Standish contributed as well. There's a foreword that was written by Michael Reagan, and one of our great friends of the show as well, a great coin philosopher. And this book has the entire history of this great silver dollar. And this book will take you through the creation, through the striking, through the design, through the stories, just some of the great work that was done by John Mercanti. It just has everything. And this is complimentary with every single order that is placed. If you buy a single coin, the lot of 5 or 10, you're going to get this great book. Finally, this coin comes with an exclusive label. And this is a big deal, folks, because RCTV is the only company with this exclusive label that is autographed by John Mercanti and features artwork that was derived from a sculpture of Ronald Reagan that John Mercanti did himself. So it all ties in. Ronald Reagan, the father of the American Eagle program. John Mercanti, the designer of the heraldic eagle reverse. The final issue in this 35-year series ends right now on this show with this coin. So don't miss out. $379 for a single entity. And also don't forget, this is a pre-sale. You will receive your coins in about 30 days' time. But one thing you will be guaranteed, you're locked in. No matter what happens, you are guaranteed a perfect Proof 70 issue, or 5 of them, or 10 of them, or a total of 25 of them for a great price. So last time, last call, $379 and a book for a single issue. 5 coins, $1,875. That's $375 a coin. You could split that into 2 equal payments. You also get the great book. And for a lot of 10, the price drops to $369 per coin. Per coin. $36.90 for 10 coins, and you can split that into 2 equal payments of $1,845. And you will get a book there as well. Ladies and gentlemen, today has been a historic day in numismatics. If you don't get this now, there's a great chance, especially for the price that we're selling at, you will not get one at all. Because remember, 1,800 coins per second went out the door at the U.S. Mint. We were in line. We got them. We got some. Don't miss out. Don't wait, because they are going. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Stay tuned for more great coins. And wow! What else can you say? Wow! Thank you for watching. The rarest proof gold eagle, it's also the last one you have ever had the opportunity to get. 2021 is a special year for numismatics everywhere, but this is the league leader right here. Take a look. What we have here, ladies and gentlemen, Type 1. First of all, we all know the story. Everything is being retired. The Silver Eagles, well, little known to everybody, is the same thing is happening to the United States Gold Eagle, the granddaddy, that coin that contains that original St. Gaudens design on its obverse, giving you the opportunity to get a proof St. Gaudens design in the ultimate grade. A perfect proof 70 deep cameo. This is a very special issue that this has been building up since the beginning of this series in 1986 to this event right now. The last of these coins. That's it right there. The reverse that you are looking at, which has been on that coin since 1986, which has a great backstory as well, is being retired. Every single year that there has been a proof gold eagle issued, any gold eagle for that matter, it has contained that reverse. No more. 2021, it is being retired. Midway through this year, there will be a Type 2 design coming out. To make that even more exciting, listen to what the Mint has done, ladies and gentlemen. They have put the most minuscule cap on this mintage that you have ever seen. As a single coin entity with an amazing pedigree, this coin had a maximum mintage. Are you ready? Not 45,000, not 30,000, not 20,000. All those would be really, really low mintages. You'd be running to the phone right now. But a 4,500 limit, 4,500 coins. Now, we have a few of these coins in the ultimate grade. They have been PCGS graded. Each one is a proof 70 deep cameo. And if you're not a coin collector, if you've just stopped on this channel just by luck, it is your lucky day. This is the highest grade attainable for a gold coin or any coin. The grade of proof 70, the grade with a number in it, any grade, mint, state, or proof, with a 70 after it, indicates a perfect condition coin. And the DCAM stands for deep cameo. And let me tell you, deep cameo is very easy to describe. All you have to do is look at the image of that coin. And what you see in the background appears like a very, very dark black mirror. And the foreground, that design of Liberty striding forward, is all satin. That's the cameo. In fact, in this case, deep cameo on both sides of the coin. The ultimate designation. Not cameo, deep cameo. The excitement is building within myself. I have seen this coin before, and I am so excited about it. Now, let's get right to it. It's got a great story to it. Before I do, I've got pages and pages of mintage figures. Seriously, I must have 20 pages here. I'll tell you, to summarize all of these pages, you get to the very last page, and you will find this coin that we're featuring as the lowest mintage of all these examples. So now the program began in 1986. You may have heard of the Liberty Coin Act signed into law by Ronald Reagan in 1985. It's very famous for the Silver Eagle dollars. But within that act was the authorization also for the U.S. Mint to strike gold. And the Gold Eagle was born that day as well. And striking began in 1986, just like the Silver Eagle. James Baker was Secretary of the Treasury at the time, made a bold leap. He chose for the obverse design of this coin something that was instantaneously recognizable all over the world. The ultimate design of Augustus St. Gaudens Renaissance coin, the $20 gold double eagle. Now, this coin has been viewed all over the world and agreed upon by collectors, numismatists, pretty much everybody, to be the most strikingly beautiful example of a United States gold coin ever issued. Something else happened along the way as well. The reverse was chosen from a sculpture that was done by an artist by the name, her name at the time was Miley Buziak. Her name now, her married name, Miley Frost. And there's a real great backstory to the reverse right there, which I'm going to tell you. But before we do, you got to get on the phone for this, ladies and gentlemen. I want to show you the end of my table of pages and pages of United States gold coins, proof gold eagles in all the denominations, where this coin falls, this single entity, $50 gold proof, issued by the United States at West Point. Now, this last page is the end of the list, and at the very bottom of this list is the 2021 Type 1, the last coin ever, with the maximum mintage of 4,500. And as it turned out, the mintage came in a little bit lower than that, 4,422 coins. Now, nobody's going to get this coin, except for those of you watching this show right now. I'm already seeing newspaper articles, not just coin articles, but newspaper articles about this coin. The ultimate example of the last one ever issued ends up having the smallest mintage. And its time was so limited to be offered that, well, you can imagine with less than 4,500 coins struck, how many people are not going to be able to get the coin. But if you're watching Rare Collectibles TV right now, it really is an amazing stroke of the ultimate sense of timing is everything. I want to get right into some comparison pricing because a couple of the coins that you'll see on this table right here that are not as low as the coin we're featuring, I have prices for those right here. And I want to start with, there's some darn low mintages there too. Look at the 2018 with a mintage of 9,961. And I found one, also a PCGS graded coin, also first day of issue, by the way, ours are as well. And also a perfect graded Proof 70 Deep Cameo. So basically it's the identical design, the identical size, a different date, but same grade, the ultimate grade. $19,000. You won't find many of those, folks, because there were not many. Let's take a look at the mintage of the 2017. 12,723. Look at that. First day of issue, $18,000. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I got to stop everything here because I was going to wait a little bit to price this coin, but I can already hear the bedlam taking place with the phone operators. We're offering this coin, not for $20,000, it's got a lower mintage, or 25 or even 30. And believe me, I think we would sell every one we have at that price quite easily. It's truly a rarity among rarities. But we're offering this coin at less than $5,000, $4,995. If you want to own one of these coins, I can help you do it. Give us a call right now. You can lock up this coin immediately. Your name is going to be put on one of the coins on the display here. These are the coins that customers are buying right now. These are the coins. This is all we have. Everybody out there where the phones are ringing like crazy are trying to get one of these coins. $4,995. And what I'm saying is right now, you can lock in one of these coins for $2,497.50. And you can wait a whole month. And then you can pay the other payment of $2,497.50, and that coin will be sent to you. You're going to guarantee yourself you're going to get the lowest mintage on the single coin, standalone entity of the rarest of the Gold Eagles, and the last type one, the last one with the Buziak reverse that is going away. It's being retired. Now, everybody knows that the reverse on the Silver Eagle is going away. Not that many people know that this one is going away. It's gone. That's the last one. From now on, any further issues of that coin will be the Type 2s. So needless to say, if you're collecting by set, you're going to need this coin. If you want the rarest one by, the mintage of 4,500, you want this coin. If you want a price that is just, it's mind-boggling, it's shocking, it's amazing. I got to commend it to the buyers at this company. I got to commend Jack. I really do. And I got to give a shout out to Rick as well, because these two guys battled for months ahead of time to get a leg up on these coins, to bring these coins to the network, and to bring them at a price you're never going to see again. This is the ultimate coin at the ultimate grade with the ultimate cameo designation and the ultimate mintage. There's not a single thing lacking from this coin. Perfect condition, first day of issue. Wow. And again, let me just say, I am surrounded by facts and figures about this coin. But here's where the heart and soul of collecting really comes into play. In 1985, Ronald Reagan, who had battled, this was his second term. In his first term, Ronald Reagan, he must have been a coin collector. He had a soft spot in his heart for numismatics. He had this idea that he would like the United States of America to compete with coins all around the world that people were buying. But we didn't offer a gold coin. For years, they had been trying to get this act passed by Congress. And it finally happened in 1985, and it was known as the Liberty Coin Act. And the Liberty Coin Act had two things in it. The first one was the authorization for the Statue of Liberty Centennial Celebration coins. There was $5 gold, $half coins, and $1 coins. But as an addendum to the Liberty Coin Act was the authorization for the mint to start striking these gold eagles. And so in 1986, the first ones were struck. This will give you just a little idea of some of the mintages of the coins. And what I'm doing by this, folks, is illustrating for you the popularity year in and year out of these coins. People line up, literally, to get one of these coins. There has never been a $50 gold with this pedigree, this amazing label, this first day of issue, this Proof 70 grade, this mintage of less than 4,500 that we have been able to offer. Never. This is the first of its kind, and it is less, ladies and gentlemen, than $5,000. Here's the thing. I mentioned Miley Buziak, who is now Miley Frost. She was a great fan of Ronald Reagan's. It's amazing how many really great admirers Reagan had. Mr. Mercanti was a really big fan of Ronald Reagan's. And of course, he worked for him, really, when he was at the U.S. Mint. Miley Buziak actually went to the Republican National Convention in 1980, and Ronald Reagan gave a speech. And he talked about, really, the family that America is, how we all come together. And interestingly enough, Miley had done a sculpture. And I want to show you what this sculpture looked like. She's in the audience listening to Ronald Reagan's acceptance speech. He was nominated, 1980, for President of the United States. And of course, he won. And this sculpture, you see, was created by Miley. And one thing you're going to notice about it right off the bat, it is the image of the reverse that is going away of the Gold Eagles. And you came about in a very, very unbelievable way. So she was at the Republican National Convention, and she conceived of this sculpture called Together, a New Beginning. And Reagan saw it. she submitted it, and the Republican National Convention loved it. And Ronald Reagan was so enamored with it that he gave one of these sculptures to each one of the 52 Iranian hostages that came back in the moment when he was inaugurated for his first term. And when she heard that James Baker was actively soliciting contributions by artists to come up with the reverse for this new coin that, well, he chose the Augustus St. Gaudens beautiful design for the obverse, but they were really in search of a reverse. And so Miley was thinking, you know, it would be wonderful listening to his speech of the, family, a new beginning, if this sculpture could be submitted to the U.S. Mint and if it could be adopted as a reverse. And wouldn't you know, that's exactly what happened. And so when we tie together Ronald Reagan as being the father of the Liberty coin program, the American Eagle coin program, we really never get around to mentioning this important fact, and I'll tell you why. It's kind of buried in all of these stories, and I recently came across it, and I was amazed at the connection that Reagan had to this coin as well. Now, we've come to the time when it is being retired. That in itself has made coin collectors create a stampede to all the issues that are being retired in 2021, of which this gold coin is one of the leading ones. The mintage alone would be enough to just set the world on fire, but the fact that this is the last of the Type 1s that ends the entire series, because you see, every year since 1986, with the exception of 1 year, 2009, there was actually a shortage of gold that year, but every year this coin has been released, and in many different sizes as well. So what I want to show you, and again, I have so many of these pages of mintage figures, but here is something amazing, because what they worked up for me on this one is all of them that have been issued. And here's a great example. Now you see the $5 size, which is the 1/10 ounce, the $50 size, which is the 1 ounce. And as you can see, the $10 size, which is the 1/4 ounce, $25 size, which is the 1/2 ounce, you can see the mintages. When we analyzed each and every single issue by the U.S. Mint of these coins, the conclusion was unanimous. The ultimate coin is the 2021. And folks, this pedigree coin, this coin with a single entity limited mintage of 4,500 is the coin on the display right now. That in itself is an amazing fact that just screams value. But the fact of being able to have the first day of issue, the ultimate grade, a Proof 70 deep cameo, the highest grade attainable is the grade on these coins. The highest designation for a cameo coin is the designation on these coins. First day of issue, one of the ultimate labels. PCGS, one of the oldest established grading services that has had some of the greatest numismatists grading coins at their grading service and has graded some of the all-time classics. Recently, you folks may have heard that, you know, the 1933 $20 gold St. Gaudens, the one from the King of Siam set that was auctioned off in 2001. Do you remember that? It was in New York City. You want to know how I know? I was there. I saw it sell for $7.8 million. That was in 2001. Well, folks, it recently sold. It brought almost $20 million. It has the same design, but I'll tell you, it does not have a proof version. You're going to say a matte proof, satin finish. A bright proof finish was never available in a $20 gold St. Gaudens. This one is the ultimate in design. When you look at the beauty of this coin, what you see is the highest example, but I want to take another shot here because you're going to see detail here that you never will see on a gold St. Gaudens. And I love gold saints, believe me. We sell a ton of them. They're amazing. but you will never be able to own the highest grade of a St. Gaudens because they're museum pieces. They don't exist. They're in collections, and there were only a couple, and they will never come out. And they're millions and millions of dollars. Here's an opportunity to get a higher grade than those, to get a bright proof mirrored finish, to get a perfect proof 70 grade, deep cameo. This is the ultimate example of the ultimate coin, the last one in the series. Forevermore, the Type 1s are gone. And soon there will be a Type 2 version, and everything will start all over. We're in a transition year for this coin, and that means midway through this year, all production stops on this coin. That's why they capped the mintage so low. You've never seen that before. Normally, they'll leave it open for a short window of time, and the mintages will just be whatever people order directly from the mint. In this case, nope. It was a strict limit. That was it. And if you didn't get one, well, unfortunate, isn't it? This is an opportunity where you will not have to submit on your own behalf multiple coins of this variety just to get that one perfect grade, because we did all that. $4,995. And I cannot say enough how important this coin is going to be. And I'll tell you, up until just about a week or so ago, I didn't know this story of how important this reverse was to this coin. James Baker, who was the Secretary of the Treasury at the time, had selected St. Gaudens' design for the obverse of this coin. The reason for that was to give this coin instant credibility, instant demand. But they searched for a reverse. And as it came about, this reverse that was being presented to the former Iranian hostages and other people who had worked so hard to elect Reagan to his first term of president, to get him the nomination, became the design that was selected by Baker to grace this coin. And it remained from 1986 all the way to 2021. And when you look at the last coin of any series, it's always so much in demand because it's going away. You won't be able to get them anymore. So all the people who waited because they thought they had all the time in the world are in a hurry. You can't hurry for this coin because it was gone in a minute. Rare Collectibles TV has this coin in the ultimate grade for $4,995. When you hear the soon-to-be elected President of the United States give a speech talking about the family of Americans, talking about coming together, it was a time in history that was, the U.S. was really trying to regain its standing in the world at that time. And when you hear in person this speech being given, and you see in your mind the art that you've created, and you know it's meant for this coin, meant for this reverse, and you actually petition the U.S. Mint, petition the Treasury to take a look at this design, and then lo and behold, the future President of the United States of America loves it, is giving away these sculptures to people who deserve them, people in his campaign, and the former hostages. Well, it was a natural to include this family of eagles on the reverse of this coin. We're going to miss this design, but I want to close by saying this. Don't miss the last one. They're going to go away, but get this last one. There will not be a second opportunity. If you've waited all this time, all these decades to own one of these coins, let it be the single rarest. Let it be the highest grade. Let it be the ultimate deep cameo. Let it be a first day of issue. And let it be certified by PCGS. When you get all of that together, you got the ultimate example of an original design that has set the world on fire. And I might add, this design, a beautiful St. Gaudens rendition of A Walking Liberty, first hit the scene in 1907. And it has been coveted, it has been collected, it has been sought after since that day. But I want to say this, back then, or even a week ago, you could never get this example. So the final version of the ultimate, the $50 gold, the 1 ounce, $4,995. Don't forget, split the payments in 2 equal payments, $2497.50. And ladies and gentlemen, this coin, the ultimate, will be coming to you, and the rarest. Thank you so much for watching.
All right, ante up, everyone. $1.
Pass.
You gonna pass Stagecoach, Mary?
Hey, I know when to lay him down.
All right. How about you, Jack?
I'll open up with $1.
An 1897 Morgan. Not bad, Jack.
That's too rich for my blood.
But I'm gonna raise you a 1902 Morgan. What do you think of that?
Okay, I'll raise you an 1887 S and a 1904 P.
Ha! You ain't nothing but a sissy boy. I'm gonna raise you an 1888 SAU and an 1891 CC Spittin' Eagle.
I raise you an 1878 7/8 tail feathers and 2 1899 P's.
You call that a raised bootlicker? Well, I'm gonna raise you 3 1879 CC Morgan dollars in gem condition. Now, what do you think of that? I got a full house, aces high. Now, let me see your cards, Jack. What do you got?
4 jacks.
4 jacks! Let me see them! Not bad, Jack. That's a darn impressive hand, if I do say so.
I have specialized in the finest Morgan dollars since the early 1980s. Over those years, I have helped my clients assemble what are widely recognized as the finest proof Morgan dollar collections in existence. NGC, the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation, which is a leading independent grading service in the nation, has recognized their excellence over the decades, presenting many awards to my clients' collections. Here's one given to 2006 for the finest proof Morgan collection. I tell you this because I believe I have a very important obligation as your host of Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I want you, my clients, to be able to walk the walk. That's my mission here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. And what I have today, folks, is a 3-coin set, a unique 3-coin set of Morgan dollars that in the decades ahead will rank among the most important and historically significant Morgan dollar sets one could hope to own. 1882, 1883, and 1884 Morgan dollars, all struck at the Carson City Mint in special encapsulated holders issued by the Treasury in the 1970s. These 3 coins rank among the lowest mintage silver dollars in the entire 100-plus Morgan dollar series. These Morgan dollars, folks, were struck at a legendary mint. Morgan dollars from this mint rank among the most desirable Morgan dollars among collectors and dealers of these coins. They are Morgan dollars struck at the Carson City Mint. And folks, these 3 Morgan dollars from the Carson City Mint that I have for you today really shouldn't even exist, especially in uncirculated condition. Uncirculated condition means none of these silver dollars ever saw the bottom of a cash drawer. They were never used for spending. They spent their entire existence in a mint bag. Now, the last Carson City Mint Morgan dollar was struck in 1893. Jack and I spent some time at the Carson City Mint, folks. By mint standards, the Carson City Mint, it's a very small building, and we've got a picture of the Philadelphia Mint. And it's an imposing building, and what you would expect from a mint that is striking millions of coins of every denomination every year. And here is the San Francisco Mint. Even though it was what we refer to as a branch mint, it was a very imposing building, very large. And here's the New Orleans Mint. Jack and I spent some time at the New Orleans Mint. It was originally built in the 1830s, very large structure. And then we get to the Carson City Mint. Now, folks, when you place it next to these other mints, it's a tiny, tiny mint structure. The Carson City Mint was probably about the size of the cafeteria for the Philadelphia, New Orleans, and San Francisco mints. It's a very small building, and the relative output was minuscule compared to those other mints. Now, we flew in to Reno, Nevada. It was late in the evening. We drove down to Carson City. It was around 10 o'clock at night. We were looking for the Carson City Mint. We probably drove by it 3 or 4 times before we finally realized that that small building over there was the Carson City Mint. We thought it was someone's house. A large house, needless to say, but you know, it was not a big structure. Now, here's a chart that shows all the Morgan dollars that were struck at the 5 different mints over the entirety of the series. Philadelphia struck the lion's share of the Morgan dollars, over 300 million. Next came the New Orleans Mint, 186 million. San Francisco Mint, another branch mint, but a much larger mint than the Carson City Mint, struck 131 million Morgan dollars. Fourth was the Denver Mint, only 20 million coins. However, the Denver Mint didn't open until much later, in the early 1900s. They only struck Morgan dollars for 1 year, 1921. And then that 1 year, they struck over 20 million coins. And then you have the Carson City Mint. They struck Morgan dollars from 1878 to 1893, 13 different dates. And you total all those 13 dates up, it only came to 13,862,041 coins, about 1 million coins a year. Now, there are approximately 100 different dates at mint marks, and here we have a ranking of all the Morgan dollars struck by the highest mintage issue in descending order. The most common is the 1921 Philadelphia issue, over 44 million struck. If there's no letter after the date, it means it was struck in Philadelphia. Then you had the 1889 number, 221 million. Then you had the San Francisco, 1921, 21 million. You finally get to the bottom of the first page, 1896 Philadelphia, just about 10 million coins. Now we get to the second page. Here we get some lower mintages. It still starts out at around 10 million at the San Francisco Mint, but by the bottom of the page, we have a New Orleans Mint coin with only 4,900,000 coins. Now we're getting to some lower mintages. But it's not until the third page that we get to the Carson City issues. The highest mintage Carson City Morgan dollar is the 1890, 2.3 million struck. Next highest is the 1878, 2.2 million. And then the 1891, 1.6, and the 1892, 1.3. And now we get to the last page, folks. The coins we have highlighted in red are the coins we have for you today. The 1883, 1884, and 1882. Just over 1 million struck per year. Now, it was once believed that all the Carson City dollars either went into circulation or were melted down in 1918 as a result of the Pittman Act, when 59% of all the Morgan dollars struck were melted down for bullion. Over 270 million Morgan dollars. Take a look at this chart, folks. This is stunning. And here you can see the total mintage for all the Morgan dollars over the entirety of the series, 656 million, 270 million melted down. That's left 386 million coins. And the vast majority of those went into circulation. They were used for commerce. Only about 6.5 million have been certified in uncirculated condition. That's about 1.7% of the entire mintage of the surviving coins. Remember, folks, these coins were not made for collecting back then. They were struck for commerce. They were meant to be spent. So the mint tried to produce the most coins possible without a lot of concern about the quality. The coins were struck on a high-speed press, ejected into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another, collecting dings, gouges, and scuffs along the way. They would go through coin counting machines. They would go through the inspection and adjustment department. And from there, they would be dumped into bags. And the bags would be thrown onto trains. And these bags were heavy. So they didn't gingerly place them on the train. They would literally throw them on. The coins would then be rattling around for weeks on the train, abrading with each other and accumulating all kinds of bag marks, long before they even arrived at the banks across the country. They were spent. Most are heavily worn. For example, I've got an 1886-0 here. This is the typical Morgan dollar. I got it for about $35 in a coin shop because it's heavily worn. There's a lot of them out there. Over 10 million were struck. But if you found one in uncirculated condition, in other words, a Morgan dollar, an 1886-0 that never made its way into a cash drawer, was never used for spending, it would be worth $10,000, $20,000, $50,000, $100,000 or more if it was in uncirculated condition. So that last number there is the key number when it comes to collecting Morgan dollars. 1.7% of all the Morgan dollars originally struck have survived and have been certified in uncirculated condition. Now, folks, these Morgan dollars I have today struck at the Carson City Mint. This is where the story really gets incredible, really unbelievable, implausible, inconceivable. Only the federal government could concoct such an improbable plot twist. It turns out that deep in some remote corner of one of the cavernous coin vaults belonging to the United States Treasury were some dust-covered original bags of Carson City dollars, directly from the mint, uncirculated Carson City dollars, which were last struck in 1893. And here they were in these vaults at the Treasury in the 1960s. This is legendary, folks. In fact, my partner Jack McNamara, he just had to have one of these bags, folks, an actual Carson City silver dollar bag from the Treasury. And it was available in an auction, and Jack had to pay $1,500 just for this bag. That's how historic and monumental these coins are, and how much they mean to the collecting public today. This is the most incredible pedigree you could ever hope to own when it comes to Morgan dollars. There they were, original Carson City mint bags with Carson City silver dollars, the lowest mintage Morgan dollars of all. Well, the mint had all these bags of Morgan dollars from the Carson City Mint. And the question was, well, what do we do with these coins? the Treasury hired some expert numismatists to help sort the coins. And all the examples that were deemed to be badly damaged, heavily oxidized, were set aside. But the finest uncirculated examples were encapsulated beginning in 1972 in what we now refer to as the GSA holder, the Government Services Administration hard plastic holder, guaranteed uncirculated by the United States Treasury. And they were offered to the public for sale for a substantial premium. Here is one of the original brochures from that sale. This brochure gives the entire history, some of the beginnings of the Carson City Mint, how to bid on the coins. You can see the bidding prices. Minimum bid on the 1883 cc, 1882 cc was $30 at the time, folks. This was in the 1970s, $30. That was minimum bid. And that is what I have today. A limited quantity of the 3 extremely low mintage Carson City silver dollars, guaranteed uncirculated by the United States government in the original GSA holder. Take a look at these coins, folks. Beautiful, uncirculated Carson City Morgan dollars. Here's an 1882, the first year of this 3-coin set. Beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated. Now, Morgan dollars, again, these coins were struck for commerce, folks. And there you see at the bottom, the very unique CC at the bottom at around 6 o'clock. The CC meaning it was struck in Carson City, the dual mint mark. But these Morgan dollars were struck for commerce. Most would be very heavily bag marked. And as we said earlier, the worst examples, the damaged pieces, were not included in these GSA holders. These are among the finest surviving specimens from the GSA hoard. Discovered in the Treasury vault in the 1960s. They had been sitting there probably since the 1880s, a period of about 80 years. Just a truly once-in-a-lifetime Haley's Comet event when we're talking about Morgan silver dollars. Now, if you're new to collecting, the Carson City Mint operated for a very short time. Silver was discovered in Nevada in 1859, and this was monumental, folks. This vein of silver came to be called the Comstock Lode. In response to all the silver being mined, the Treasury built a small branch mint located in Carson City. They built it in 1865. This Carson City Mint had a very limited production capacity. Now, the Carson City Mint didn't begin striking any coins until 1870. By that time, mint production began to slowly decline because the tremendous output of silver from that Comstock Lode began to decline. And that's reflected in the population growth of nearby Virginia City. Virginia City was where a lot of the miners lived, not too far away from Carson City Mint. In 1860, Virginia City population was about 2,300 people. It reached a peak in the mid-1870s with an estimate of about 25,000 residents. That was a huge, huge city when you consider this was the Wild West, folks. In the mid-1870s, 25,000 residents. It was a major, major city. But as that output began to decline, by 1880, the population of Virginia City declined to 11,000. By 1890, it was about 6,400 people, and by 1900, it was back down to only 2,700 residents. And in 1893, the Carson City Mint struck its last silver dollar. It was in operation, that mint, for a mere 23 years. Among numismatists, for all these reasons, the very low mintages, its remote location, in operation for only a little over 2 decades before it closed down, and its unique double mint mark. It's not a simple D that was used by the Denver Mint, or an S as used by the San Francisco Mint, or the O used by the New Orleans Mint. The Carson City Mint had a unique CC double mint mark. Among Morgan dollar enthusiasts, of which I am one, Carson City silver dollars have a special romance and a special place in our collection. And today I have these 3 Carson City silver dollars that really should not exist. By some freak or some accident, they ended up in the vaults in the Treasury and had been sitting there for decades and decades and decades. It's hard to believe these Carson City Morgan dollars, struck almost 140 years ago to meet the demands of commerce. The silver dollar was the coin of the realm in the western states, folks. They didn't like to use paper dollars. They like to use silver dollars. It's really a miracle that these have survived. And these are among the lowest mintage silver dollars in the history of Morgan and Peace dollars. And the 1882 CC, 1883 CC, and 1884 CC all have mintages of just around 1 million coins. Uncirculated, still sealed from 1882, 1883, and 1884. In the original GSA holders as they left the Treasury in 1972, guaranteed uncirculated by the United States Treasury. When PCGS and NGC opened their doors for grading in the late 1980s, a lot of those coins were cracked out of the holders so collectors could get the coins graded. A majority no longer exist in these original GSA holders. But then, sometime in the early 1990s, collectors of these coins and the original GSA holders began to say, you know what, I don't want to crack it out. It's much more valuable with this pedigree than it would be in a PCGS or NGC holder. To have this pedigree, folks, it's the only time the government has issued an original Morgan dollar in this special GSA holder. We have the 3 coin set today. These 3 rare CC dollars for $1,995 for the 3 coin set. It's available on the 2 payment option. All you have to do is put half down today of $997.50. We will hold one of these sets for you with your name on it, put it in our vault, and pay the balance in 30 days. You will get 3 pristine Carson City dollars, like you see here. These holders, they won't be cracked, they won't be chipped. They're going to be pristine, these 50-year-old holders, folks, just as they came out of the GSA. And most importantly, when these coins were issued by the GSA, each coin got a card with a serial number on it, explaining to the collector what they are receiving. The first 2 numbers on that card are the date of the coin. So when it begins in 82, that means this card was issued for an 1882 Carson City dollar. And on this card that you get for each of your GSA dollars, the Mint explains that this historic coin is a valuable memento of an era in American history when pioneers were challenging the West. The silver in this dollar was mined from the rich Comstock lode, discovered in the mountains near Carson City, Nevada. The Carson City Mint was established there in 1870, and although it was in existence for a mere 24 years, it produced many coins which have endured as collector's items, among them the 13-piece Morgan dollar series of 1878 to 1893. Their link with a historic period in our nation's history gives these dollars an added appeal. This coin is an uncirculated specimen of the Morgan dollar, containing 90% silver, which somehow survived the massive coin melts of the early 1900s. They were discovered by a Treasury audit in 1964, after nearly a century of obscurity in the vaults. This issuance by General Services Administration of the last of the uncirculated Carson City dollars will serve for millions of Americans as cherished mementos of a colorful era. Folks, we hope you can take advantage of it. We got the most amazing group of these. Jack and I cherry-picked the finest examples in pristine holders, the coins in the most pristine condition, all with their original papers. We got a great deal on this collection because it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The only time Morgan dollars have been discovered in the vaults in the Treasury from the Carson City Mint. And we got them at a great price, and we're passing our good fortune on to you. This is a great way to start collecting Morgan dollars or any kind of United States coinage. It doesn't get any better than this. Here you've got these exquisite Morgan dollars struck at that Carson City Mint in 1882, 1883, 1884. They were thought to have been melted down in 1918. But no, there were some that were in the original mint bags issued by the Carson City Mint that had been shipped to the Treasury vaults and had been sitting in those Treasury vaults until 1964 when they were discovered in an audit. And that's the only reason we have these coins today. I hope you can take advantage of this opportunity. This is a great, great Morgan dollar set for you today, folks. It has the greatest possible pedigree. If there's ever a 3-coin Morgan set that you want to keep in your family, pass down to your kids and your grandkids, it would be this 3-coin GSA Carson City collection that I have for you today. Thank you for watching. I have got a great, rare United States gold coin for you today, folks. The coin was struck at the turn of the century. Now, when I say the turn of the century, I'm not talking about the year 2000. This coin was struck in 1900. To survive in this condition that I have them in, this is the only time I've had this date in this condition, in this quantity. We have just over 100 examples. I will never have anything like this again of this date, this 1900p $10 Liberty Eagle in mint state 63 condition. I don't care if you've been watching coin TV shows for the last 30 years. You've never seen anything like this, folks. This coin is so rare. You know, they only struck back in 1900 293,000 examples. And far fewer than that have survived. These coins should not exist because back in the 1930s, almost 50% of all the $10 Eagles were melted back down into gold bars by the United States Mint. How these survived is a most fascinating story. Now, first of all, it's called the $10 Eagle because up until 1850, this was the largest gold coin struck by the United States Mint. Now, $10 back in 1900, folks, was a lot of money. That was somebody's wages for at least a week. Not very many people could afford to have a $10 gold piece in the pocket. So the Mint struck gold coins of various sizes and denominations, beginning with the $1 gold piece on the far left. Next to that $1 gold piece, you had a $2.50 gold piece, which was referred to as the quarter eagle. And then you even had a $3 gold piece. And right in the middle there, you had a $4 gold piece, which we referred to as the Stella. And that was only struck for a couple of years. And then there was the half eagle, the $5 gold piece with just about a quarter ounce of gold. And then the largest gold coin struck by the U.S. Mint until 1850, the $10 Eagle, just about a half an ounce of gold. Now, in 1848, gold was discovered in California. And so with this abundance of gold, the U.S. Mint was able to strike an even larger gold coin in 1850, twice the size of the eagle. And so that coin was referred to as the double eagle. But the eagle I have today, folks, is so rare. Now, I've had 1900p Liberty double eagles in the past. Those coins are available in far larger numbers than this coin I have today. The 1900p double eagle, in fact, the U.S. Mint struck almost 2 million examples. Let me look it up in my reference guide to give you the exact number of how many were struck of the 1900p. The exact number was 1,874,000 of the $20 gold piece. But the $10 gold piece, 293,000 examples. And so few have survived in the condition you see these coins. This is a Mint State 63. This is extraordinary quality. These are among the finest known. If you go to the Smithsonian is the home of the greatest coin collection of United States coins in the world. The 1900p $10 eagle in the Smithsonian is a Mint State 63. Now, what does Mint State 63 mean? If you're new to numismatics, what does that mean? Well, first of all, it means that the coin was uncirculated. In other words, it never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. It was never used for spending. It was never used in commerce. It never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. The coin was struck. The coin would be dumped into a bin as part of the minting process. One coin would fall on top of another. So they would all have bag marks from the minting process. They would go through coin counting machines. And then they would be dumped into bags like you see here. And those bags would be shipped to banks around the country. Now, that 63 number is a very high number for a gold eagle. Coins are graded on the 70-point Sheldon grading standard, from a low of 1, which is a very heavily worn coin where you can barely see any of the detail, barely see the date, to a high of 70. 70 is the highest possible grade. It represents perfection under high magnification. There are no gold coins, folks, $10 eagles that grade 70 or 69. I mean, there's a few 65s. There's only a handful of 63s. What 63 represents? If you can imagine that bag that came straight from the United States Mint, that bag of $10 eagles, you open up the bag and you take the coins out of the bag. Examples with the most bag marks, the heaviest bag marks, would be Mint State, but they would be the lowest Mint State grade. The lowest Mint State grade for an uncirculated coin is an MS 60. If it's anything below a 60, it's circulated. So a 60 would be an uncirculated coin, but they'd be the coins with the most bag marks from that bag. 6-1 would be coins with fewer bag marks. 6-2, fewer bag marks than a 6-1. A 6-3 would be among the most choice examples. To give you an idea of how rare these coins are, Sasha has this chart comparing the 1900p $20 gold piece to the 1900p $10 gold piece that I have for you today. Now, I've been able to offer the $20 gold piece on several occasions. And as you can see, as I mentioned earlier, the Mint struck almost 2 million examples of the $20 gold piece, but only 293,000 examples of the $10. In MS-63 population, folks, the 1900p is over 15 times rare in MS-63 condition. And if you go up in grade, say to MS-65, it's over 10 times rarer. Only 3,200 examples graded. And we have just over 100 of those coins today. Coins that shouldn't exist. This is truly a Halley's Comet moment. The only reason these coins exist is, ironically enough, because of the Great Depression. It was 1929. It was economic devastation in this country. In 1933, it was estimated there were approximately 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. And there was no federal deposit insurance back then. So if you had your life savings in your local bank that you spent 20, 30 years accumulating, your nest egg for your retirement, and you go to the bank the next day and it's shuttered closed, the bank had failed. You were wiped out. 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. I mean, it was economic devastation that this country had not seen since the Civil War. You had those families that had their money in banks that had not yet failed who were terrified. My bank could be next. So a lot of these people began pulling their money out of the banks, and with that paper money, they began to buy United States gold coins. Understandably, throughout human history, across cultures, gold has always had a special value. You go back to the ancient Egyptians, 2500, 3000 BC. They believed gold was the flesh from their sun god and that it was indestructible. So you had all these Americans buying gold coins because they knew the gold would have some value. That paper money, who knows what it would be worth in 6 months or a year. Well, this action by all these citizens put additional stress on our already fragile, crumbling banking system. So early in 1933, it was in April, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, making the ownership of over $100 worth of gold illegal. Now, back then, gold was worth about $20 an ounce. That's why the $10 eagle was worth $10. It had about a half an ounce of gold. So that means you could not own more than 10 of those coins. If you had over 10 examples, if you had more than 10 coins, more than $100 worth of gold, you had to turn it into the Treasury. And what did the Treasury do with all those gold coins turned into them? Well, they melted them back into bullion bars, folks. And of all the denominations, the $10 eagles were the denomination most heavily melted down. You look at this chart, it's astounding. Rare gold coins that no longer exist, almost half of all the $10 eagles ever struck were melted back down into gold bars. Think about that. The 1900p, the original mintage, was only 293,000 coins. I mean, even if a third of those were melted down and not half, you'd have survivors, less than 200,000 survivors. I mean, this coin is rare in any condition, folks. And here we have examples that rank among the finest known. How did we get these coins? Well, that's the best part of this story. This is the best part of all. It's so improbable. It's such an amazing story. It truly is a Halley's Comet event, except that Halley's Comet comes by every 70 plus years or so. This will never happen again, folks. Once these are gone, that will be it. Turns out that there were a lot of citizens and institutions who said to themselves, okay, it's illegal for me to own over $100 worth of gold in this country. If I do own over $100 worth of gold and I'm caught owning over $100 worth of gold, there's a severe penalty. Executive Order 6102 said that if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced 10 years imprisonment or $10,000 fine or both. And it was enforced, folks. So you had these citizens who were caught between a rock and a hard place. They could keep their money in the bank and risk total bank failure and being wiped out. They could risk owning over $100 worth of gold and getting caught and going to prison. But there was a third option. And a lot of people and institutions took advantage of it. There was nothing in Executive Order 6102 that said you couldn't own over $100 worth of gold in another country. And so, while it was still legal to own, they shipped bags of these gold coins to banks in Europe. A lot of them were banks in France. This is one of those bags from those banks, folks, that have been sitting in a vault for about 80 years. Most of the gold shipped to those European banks were the largest gold coins.
the double eagles. That's why when you look at that population comparing the 1900p, then the $20 and the $10, well, again, they struck more $20 1900Ps than $10 1900Ps. But still, the number surviving, much smaller than the mintage would indicate. Only 3,200 examples in 6.3 condition. We have over 100 of those today for you folks. And here's the best part of all. This is absolutely the perfect time to buy rare United States gold. Never before has the premium for rare United States gold been as small as it is today. To rephrase that, there was an article came out not very long ago titled, "Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold?" Now, when they're talking about generic gold, they're referring to the most common gold. For example, the 1900p $20 Liberty. That's pretty common. Much easier to find than the $10 Liberty. It's generic gold. But here's the key sentence. Here's the takeaway from this article. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. When they say spot, what they mean is the price of gold per ounce. And what they're referring to, I'll give you my own personal example, my own personal experience. I remember decades ago when gold was somewhere between $300 and $400 an ounce. And I had a common date gold double eagle. And it was mint state 63 condition. And I sold it to a dealer for $3,500. Back when gold was between $300 and $400 an ounce. In other words, I sold him that MS-63 gold coin for 10 times the gold value. That was the premium for numismatic gold coins in mint state condition. Now today, gold is around $1,800 an ounce. And again, this has just about a half an ounce of gold in it, about $900 worth of gold alone. And yet the premium, so small, folks. I mean, these coins, they are so rare, rare in any condition. Tremendous, tremendous rarity, and they're among the finest known. Smithsonian quality. I've got these coins today, not based on what the market will bear, they're based on our cost. We got an original group of these coins in a bag out of the great European gold hoard. Most of the gold coins coming out of that hoard in Europe were double eagles. Rarely did you find eagles. This is the only time we have seen 1900p eagles. This extremely rare, low mintage date, and we have among the finest specimens from that bag. We don't have them for $5,900 or $4,900 or $3,900. Now, $2,900 would be a really good price, but it wouldn't be our best price. Again, the price is not based on what the market will bear, it's based on our costs. We got a great, great deal when we bought the entire bag out of this bank in Europe, folks. We have these coins today, not for $2,900. While we have them, it's while we have them, folks. Once these are gone, that'll be it. Because again, this is one of those coins, the rare, rare gold eagles we've never had before in this condition. While we have them, 1900p Smithsonian quality, mint state 63, not $2,900 or $24.95 or $22.95. Again, about a half an ounce of gold, around $900 in gold value alone, among the finest known, $1,995 a coin. $1,995 a coin. For a 1900p $10 Liberty Eagle, struck in 1900, only 293,840 originally minted. A large percentage of them melted down. The vast majority went into commerce. They were spent. These coins never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. These coins went into a bag, were shipped to a bank in Europe. They've been sitting in that bank for 80-some years, and these are among the finest specimens from that bag in mint state 63 condition. And we've got them for 2 easy payments, folks, of $997.50. This is a great opportunity to take advantage of a piece of American history. These early American gold eagles. 1933 was the last year the United States Mint struck gold for commerce. Can you imagine back then actually having gold coins in your pocket? That's what people used to buy things with back then. And the 1900p, this low mintage issue, to have one in mint state 63 condition at this moment in time, it's such a great opportunity. I hope you can take advantage of it. This is a coin that will be very, very good to you. In the condition we have these in, again, they're Smithsonian quality. The Smithsonian is the home of the greatest collection of United States coins in the world. You go to the Smithsonian and you look at their 1900p $10 Eagle. It's a mint state 63. This is a coin which will give you endless hours of viewing pleasure. You can share with your friends, your kids, your grandkids. Pass on to your children and your grandchildren. This is the kind of coin, this piece of American history, this national treasure that you want to keep in your family, folks. This is a coin that will be very, very good to you. Thank you for watching.
I want to welcome you into this presentation of some very, very valuable silver dollars. These coins are in the ultimate grade of mint state 70. They bear the labeling. They are certified. And by the way, mint state 70, an absolutely flawless, perfect condition coin. They also contain on the labeling 3 magic letters, FDI, first day of issue. Now, probably the most special attribute of the labeling of this coin are 2 words. This simple phrase here, emergency production, is indicative of some of the rarest silver eagles mint has ever issued. And we're going to get into that in a big way, but I want to let you all know it is rare that you will have an emergency production of a coin. It's only happened a couple of times in the history of the United States Mint that it's happened before. And you have to go all the way back to World War II for just a couple of examples. All Jefferson nickels that were struck during World War II bore the mint mark on the reverse in a very prominent location, and they were made of silver. And this was an emergency production, removing the nickel from the nickel and replacing it with silver. In addition, during World War II, copper Lincoln pennies were, well, they were no longer made of copper for the 1 year, 1943. And instead, they were made of zinc and they were steel coated. That was emergency production because the copper was a vital material for the war effort. Now, something that's happened to the Silver Eagle series that had never happened before took place in 2020. Because of the circumstances worldwide, the U.S. Mint was operating on an extremely small crew everywhere. Hardly any staff was at the Mint. Well, when you have hardly any personnel, you are missing somebody to work the coining presses, somebody to engrave the dies, somebody to do modeling, and there are many positions that were vacant at the time. A skeleton crew is what you would call it. So for the first time ever, for the Silver Eagle, a silver dollar, which was produced since 1986, for the first time, the Mint went into emergency production mode. And what we are going to feature is something everybody who collects silver dollars has to have. A silver dollar struck at the San Francisco Mint. Silver dollars from San Francisco, when you talk about Morgan dollars, peace dollars, everybody wants them. The coining techniques that were employed by the master craftsmen at the San Francisco Mint meant that Morgan dollars bearing the S Mint mark coming from San Francisco were the finest examples of the strike that you could get. And everybody wanted an S Mint silver dollar. And that tradition remains in play today. Another thing that is probably the most important is the drastically reduced mintage for the coin that you're about to see. This is a 2020, and we haven't even gotten into the fact that the American Silver Eagle dollar is about to undergo a reverse design change. So the world famous John Mercanti Heraldic Eagle reverse that has been on these American Silver Eagle dollars since 1986 is going away. You're looking at some of the very last ones that will ever be produced. Here's the deal, guys. We're very fortunate because we actually have the Silver Eagle, the American Silver Eagle dollar, that is the most difficult coin to source, to achieve a perfect mint state 70 grade. We call them business strikes. You do too. At the top of this table are the business strikes. Since 1986, the total that the United States government has issued has been over 534 million coins. There's a proof version of this American Silver Eagle dollar as well. It has a mirrored background. It's struck for the collector. It undergoes multiple strikes for one coin in the coining press, at least twice, to bring out the contrasting surfaces that all collectible silver dollars have to have. There were 27 million of those coins. Another collectible version of this coin has been issued, known as the burnished die. And when you take a look at burnished dies, they've only been striking burnished dies since 2006, and they have struck to this point over 3.7 million coins. Now, all that's good and well, but one of the reasons why Morgan dollars in the highest grades known are so valuable is because of the rare opportunity for one of those coins to grade that high, because most of the coins will never come close to that grade. This is exactly the case with these business struck American Silver Eagles. And for the first time ever, the San Francisco Mint has had to contribute to the annual production of the business strike Silver Eagles. Now today, the business strikes are struck at the West Point Mint, and that's what makes these San Francisco coins so incredibly valuable. In order to augment the production of West Point, the San Francisco Mint agreed that they would begin striking coins. Now, here's the difference. West Point will strike millions and millions of coins to feed all the demand. In one year, 2015, they struck over 47 million coins. This particular time of history that we're in is all about shortages. Shortages of everything, and that goes right to coins. So San Francisco has agreed that for 2020, they will strike this silver dollar to the tune of only 1 million coins. Now that's big news because this is also the very first emergency issue from the San Francisco Mint. Now, most of the time when these coins are struck, they're struck to the tune of millions and millions of coins. In fact, I want to give you a little rundown of year production. Now, these are all for the business strikes. 1986 was the first year of the American Silver Eagle. The figure of 5.3 million in production is pretty misleading because we really only struck the coin for 1 month at the end of 1986. And they managed to strike almost 5.4 million coins. But something really, really important, more important than the mintages, is the far column. I want you to take a look at the percentage by which any of these coins from 1986 certify in a perfect mint state 70 grade. And as you can see, not one year is over 1%. Minuscule percentages of these silver dollars will grade a perfect mint state 70. And what that means, ladies and gentlemen, of all the varieties of this coin that are available, business strikes, the collectible uncirculated mint-marked coins, the proofs, reverse proofs, enhanced uncirculated, any one of those great options that the government has been issuing silver dollars in, the rarest of all are the coins that you are now looking at. They occur in a perfect grade 70 the fewest amount of times. In fact, as a series, it has been just about 1/3 of 1%. This is important. So then you get to thinking, how many of these coins would I have to submit to the grading service to get one back in a perfect grade mint state 70? The other factor is, what will it cost you to get one of these coins graded in a perfect grade? So there you have to submit a lot of coins, multiples, just to get one in a perfect grade. But you're going to be requesting that everyone be taken into consideration as being a perfect coin. So here's what you're up against. By the time you're done, if you're lucky enough to get a mint state 70 coin, $51. I should say if you're lucky enough to get a mint state 70 grade, over $50. That doesn't include the cost of the coin either, folks. This is something so important, and a lot of collectors realize this. That's why this is one of the hottest silver dollars you can get your hands on today. Just in thinking back on the silver dollars from San Francisco, whether they be Morgans or peace dollars, I cannot think of too many coins that have a mintage below 1 million. 1884S, if you want to use that as a great example, the mintage of the 1884S is 3.2 million coins. Now, we all know that an 1884S in a high mint state grade is a 6-figure coin. There's countless other dates from the San Francisco Mint where this one beats them in terms of mintage hands down. And most of the other mints can't compete with a mintage of 1 million. In fact, it's pretty much an exclusive club when you think of silver dollars that have a mintage of 1 million or less. Some of the most expensive coins in any of the series of silver dollars. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't gotten online already, you got to do it. This is something more than special. It's unique. It's from a time that is never going to happen again. It's from a time that hadn't happened since World War II. The emergency production of coins is something that's invoked by the Treasury to supply and feed the demand of collectors and folks who just can't get enough silver dollars who are citizens of this country. Nothing stops the U.S. Mint. They might get slowed down a whole lot, but nothing stops the production of American money. This is the first coin of its kind with a mintage of 1 million. It has never been done before, this coin, when the Mint announced ahead of time for a regular issue. The business strikes. They're out to strike quantity, ladies and gentlemen, not a small quantity, a big quantity. This is the first time this has ever happened. And they came out and announced that it's going to be 1 million mintage, and that's it. And believe me, everybody had to have one. Hardly anybody is going to be able to get a first day of issue. Hardly anybody, you can see by the figures, is going to be able to get a perfect mint state coin. And when you do find them, I don't mean to scream, but this is something worth bellowing about. When you do find them, there's one for $300, one of the hottest issues in the United States of America. Emergency production, emergency release, first day of How about $169? Now, folks, we have built in a little bit of a quantity option here. This is a great opportunity to put these coins away. I'm being straight up serious here. You are not going to get another chance at this. These are 2020s. They're the first ones. It is the last of the Mercanti reverse, and we haven't even gotten into that yet, but we're going to. This is a silver dollar for the ages, ladies and gentlemen. It has been continuously issued since 1986, but very shortly, the reverse that we all know and love, the heraldic eagle, will no longer be. This is one of the last ones. First day of issue is your only opportunity. This will never happen again. $169. Now, here's where it really gets to be a lot of fun. How about 5 coins for $165 each? $825. Ladies and gentlemen, in certifying 5 coins alone, you're going to pay over $50 to get that label, to get an emergency production in a mint state 70, to get a first day of issue. So $825 for 5. The price is going to go all the way down to $159. $159, that is for 10 coins. So $159 each is what I'm saying. $1,590. That can be broken up into 2 equal payments of $795 twice. And it's really important because for those of you looking to put away quantity, you put down $795 right now. Every coin could sell out. There may never be another one minted. As far as coins go, this is the original when it comes to this emergency production from San Francisco. You got to be able to take advantage of getting in on a deal of 10 of these while you can. Now, what's happened with this coin, because of the advent of the news from the U.S. Mint, that this coming year, the year we're in right now, 2021, will see the actual end to what we call the Series 1 or Type 1 production of these coins. A new reverse will shortly hit the scene, known as the Type 2. So these Mercanti Heraldic Eagle reverses, which have been on the reverse of the American Silver Eagle since 1986, will be discontinued. Since news of that broke, everybody's got to have them. There is a continual barrage of every collector. I got to tell you, this is one of the most amazing things I have ever seen. Well, I think a lot of it has to do with you're not paying $300 for the coin. You're paying $169. That's the highest price you can pay because we're also giving you an opportunity to pay $165 if you buy 5, $165 each for 8 1/4, and that price can go all the way down to $159 each for a quantity of 10 for $1,590. So it's big news here. You get a perfect San Francisco struck silver dollar documented by NGC, first day of issue, highest grade you can get, part of a really rare emergency production issue. Can you imagine? Look, let's just go back briefly to say, oh, I happen to have a lot of mintages right here. You know, and over the last few years, I don't know if you've noticed or not, the way the American Silver Eagle program has gone is that in the beginning, for instance, 1986, about 5.5 million coins were issued in a short period of time. The next year, 1987, was like almost 12 million. The mintages began to go up. The popularity of the coin began to just go crazy because collectors began to realize that, hey, this is a bona fide United States silver dollar, more silver in it than a Morgan, bigger coin, and an unbelievable design that dates back to the Walking Liberty half dollar. And most of us collectors who love the Walking Liberty half dollar has never had the opportunity to see one as detailed as the Walking Liberty half dollar design on the obverse of these coins. I mean, Adolph A. Wyman had this in his mind's eye when he designed the Walking Liberty half dollars in 1916. So bringing that design back, that design is not going away, but its reverse that was created by John Mercanti is. Now, I want you to take a look at some of these mintages, folks. This is what's been happening lately. Now, the highest year total was 2015. 47 million coins were struck by the U.S. Mint. 47 million. And again, I want to point out, it is a really rare occurrence for any of these coins to grade in a perfect Mint State 70 grade. It doesn't even happen 1% of the time with any of them. So when you factor that in to the first ever San Francisco emergency production, this is an amazing silver dollar. Now, if I was to tell you that there would be any American Silver Eagle with a mintage as low as $1 million, you would laugh. You'd say, you know what I'm talking about. You're talking about the high relief peace dollar. You're talking about one of those coins from the Carson City Mint. They don't make Silver Eagles in a quantity of just $1 million. Haven't you been paying attention? But they do, ladies and gentlemen, they did. 2020 from San Francisco, this first ever emergency production from the San Francisco Mint. There's only going to be, all that were minted was $1 million. They're gone. They're gone. What we don't have on our set here right now is gone in collectors' hands everywhere. This is the most collected silver dollar in the world today. Even more collected, dare I say it, than the Morgan dollar. This coin right here affords you the opportunity to get a perfect grade Mint State 70 American silver dollar, something you could never do with any of the silver dollars from the bygone eras. Even, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say it, even an Ike dollar today, if you were to get an Ike dollar in a Mint State 70, is going to run you thousands and thousands of dollars. Take the opportunity right now to get a coin that is pure silver, the largest silver dollar we've ever issued, a perfect graded 70, first day of issue, emergency production. You know what? There is not enough adjectives or descriptions to put on that label. There's just not enough room for all the great qualities that this silver dollar possesses. Now, I think the coup de grace on this is that this coin is in a perfect graded Mint State 70. So, ladies and gentlemen, I got to conclude this. This silver dollar is the first emergency production from San Francisco. The heraldic eagle reverse will soon be gone. This is one of the last coins. That reverse of John Mercanti's made this coin popular. It's certainly one of the major contributing factors to the popularity of this coin. This heraldic eagle reverse was a tribute that John Mercanti thought long and hard about, how he could honor the obverse that was created by Adolph A. Wyman, and how could he marry that with a design that reached into the past, like the obverse design, paid tribute to the great heraldic eagles that made American silver dollars what they are today. And after all of that thought, looked at the design that he came up with. It was inspirational, it was inspired, but it is retiring. Now, folks, John Mercanti was just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint. He arrived at the U.S. Mint in 1974. He became the chief engraver in 2006, and he retired in 2010. But along the way, he was responsible for some of the most artistic designs. He was quite prolific. He was responsible for many great coins, almost too many to even mention. I'll tell you this, 1986, he was responsible for the Statue of Liberty silver dollar. And that coin was the actual reason why the Liberty Coin Act was signed into law in 1985 for that coin to be struck. The American Silver Eagle dollar was really part 2 of the Liberty Coin Act that President Reagan signed into law in 1985. So this is an American silver dollar that has a longer issue time than the Morgan dollar. It's more collected. I dare say it, it's more popular. And your final opportunity for this presentation, at least, to get one from the San Francisco Mint emergency production issue, the first San Francisco emergency production, right here, right now, for $169, or if you go quantity, you can get it all the way down to $159 a coin, $1,590. This is what every collector's been waiting for. And I gotta say, in closing out, that you're gonna have this one as emergency production, and you're gonna be able to get the next ones as well. So don't miss out on the very first one. I wanna thank you so much for watching, and I'm gonna be back soon, I hope, and see you again. Bye-bye.
From day one, I have lived by a real simple mission statement. It's a mission statement that I share with every employee who comes to work at Rare Collectibles TV. It's what we are all about. It's what our DNA is. It's real simple. It's that our service is providing the perfect coin for you. It's telling you, letting you know that we understand that coin collecting is a very personal experience, and that we share your goal as fellow numismatic archaeologists to make the collecting experience as pleasurable and fun as possible for you. Thank you for these few minutes. Folks, I spent the last 6 weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, and during the week as well, in the evenings, working on this publication for you. It's an informational booklet, about 20 pages long. I'm really very proud of it, because with 20 pages of information that you can find in this book, they're the most valuable 20 pages in terms of their benefit to you. This is about the We the People Franklin holder. There you see the cover. Do you want the best? The Franklin We the People holder is about your collecting future. And I've got a couple pictures of some Franklins on the cover, and there's an exceptionally toned Mint State Franklin with beautiful multicolored toning. And then to the right is an exceptional Ultra Cameo Franklin. And at the bottom of the page is the really most important information about the We the People holder. This may be the most important advance in independent third-party grading for the benefit of the collector in the last 20 years. My goal, folks, my bottom line is 50, 100, 200 years from now, collectors of future generations who own a Franklin half dollar in a We the People holder will own a Franklin half dollar that is the acknowledged gold standard for the series. And that's what it's all about. You know, I've made the Franklin half dollars, Kennedy half dollars, proof coins in general, my life's work. I take a lot of pride in the kind of coins I offer my clients. And it really disturbs me tremendously when I see some Franklin half dollars or Kennedys selling in auctions for outrageously high prices that I know are just kind of average for the date and grade. So I decided, you know, what I'm going to have to do is get together and work with NGC and develop a holder where I have exclusive rights to, where I can decide what coins go into that holder and what coins don't make the holder. And that's what the We the People holder is all about. And this booklet is perfect. It's actually
absolutely perfect for the time because, we're hard at work on the encyclopedia of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. The encyclopedia, folks, is going to be similar in dimension to this great book on United States gold coins published by Whitman. The encyclopedia will also be published by Whitman. It's a huge project. It's going to be over 400 pages. There's going to be a lot of photography. It's over a year off. And so I thought in the meantime, this informational booklet is perfect. This publication I just completed details the most important advance in independent third-party grading in the last 20 years. The We the People holder, again, is reserved for those Franklin half dollars which are truly premium for the date and grade. I'd like you to see the two sets I have to offer you today. Proof Franklin half dollars. I have a set 1956 to 1963, the last year of the series, all in proof 68 condition. I have a limited number of these sets in the We the People holder. It's very hard to find coins of this caliber that make We the People standards. There's a 1954, for example. We took the top cover off. It's proof 67, but you can get a proof 67 with beautiful black mirrors, absolutely exquisite. I'm going to show you some examples that are pictured in this booklet as well. But this is not a We the People quality coin because you can see the toning that's developed around the coin that really obscures the original proof mirrors. If you're going to get a really nice proof Franklin, it should be a spot-free coin, and the mirrors should be as deep and clear as the day it was struck 60, 70 years ago. Okay, it should look like it just came off the die, like it's a virgin coin. You caught it on a velvet pillow, and you've preserved it all these decades in some kind of vacuum. So here you have it today, as perfect as the day it was struck. And I've got these sets in proof 68, folks. And I even have a very limited number of sets in the highest possible numeric grade of proof 69. There are no proof 70 Franklin half dollars. They do not exist. The technology used back in the 50s and 60s simply was not advanced to the point where they can strike a coin that would grade a proof 70. Now, to give you an idea of what the difference is between a proof 69 and a proof 70, all these coins are studied under high magnification at the grading service. If they get a coin that looks flawless under their normal magnification, they pull it aside and then they study it under even higher magnification. If under that higher magnification they see the tiniest flaw, then the coin gets a grade of proof 69. A proof 68 is just one tiny step below that. The proof 68s you see, folks, are going to be flawless to the eye. About the only way you're going to find a flaw on one of these coins is if you break it out of the holder and really study it under magnification, and then you might find a tiny little hairline somewhere. That is how superb these coins are, and they are so rare in this condition. The Franklin We the People holder that these sets come in. Folks, this is your guarantee that the Mint State and proof Franklins you have acquired truly represent the highest standard for the grade. Now, this exclusive breakthrough, leading edge NGC Franklin holder guarantees you the very finest eye appeal and quality for the grade. There is not a higher standard in all of U.S. numismatics. This is for the long term, folks. It's about your future. Again, 20, 50, 100, 200 years from now, collectors of future generations who own a Franklin half dollar and a We the People holder will own a Franklin half dollar that is the acknowledged gold standard for the series. Now, Franklins have been a love of mine since the early 1980s, when I saw my first truly exceptional proof Franklin.
The coin was dated 1962. I was stunned. I didn't know such beautiful proof Franklins existed. And I knew that it had to be pretty rare, as I had never seen one this beautiful before. And the more I studied the coins, the more I would observe how the vast majority of proof Franklins in general had spots and hairlines and were of very low grade. For example, the quality control, again, back in the 50s and 60s, when it comes to making proof coins, is not what it is today. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the highest possible quality the mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. They're struck strictly for collectors. You can only order them directly from the mint, and you pay a premium to buy a proof set. The dies receive special polishing until they have a flawless appearance. The coin blanks receive a polishing kind of treatment as well. And then the blanks are slowly fed into the die. And whereas commercially struck coins are just struck once and then dumped into bins, and they're not struck off highly polished dies, they're dumped into bins where they're braided with other coins. Proof coins are struck at least twice under higher pressure off these highly polished dies to bring out every possible detail of the coin. And then most importantly, they're not dumped into bins. They're individually handled so as not to abrade with other coins. So technically, you're supposed to get perfection. But back in these early days at the Philadelphia Mint, they simply did not have that technology. So I brought along, there was a deal of 1958 proof sets I bought a couple years ago, 100 sealed sets, originally sealed from the U.S. Mint. These things do surface from time to time, folks. Where I had one collector, there was around 70 boxes, 50 sets in a box of 1957 proof sets. The boxes had never been opened, believe it or not. I mean, those instances are extremely rare. I'll probably never see anything like that in my life again. But here's a box of 100 1958 sets that were unopened. I haven't had any since. I opened 10 or 15, and every $50 had the usual kind of spotting. And so I thought to myself, well, this is just one of those typical batches where the coins are just flawed. You know, they're supposed to be proof coins, they're supposed to be state-of-the-art, but they're all flawed. And so I thought the best thing I could do is save the rest of them for my future viewers so they could see firsthand what I'm talking about. So I've got a handful of these 58s. They're all sealed. I'll just pick this one, I guess. Cut it open. And milk spots, by the way, that you find on Franklin's from 1958 and through 1964, that includes the 64 Kennedy $50 as well. Milk spots come from incomplete cleaning of the coin blank before it goes into striking. One of the procedures back then was to clean the coin blank in a solution, a soap solution. And then they were supposed to wash that soap solution, that soap residue, off the coin blank before it went into the die. But the quality control was such that quite often they would leave little beads of soap residue on the coin blank. And then when that coin blank went into the die, you had about 200 tons of pressure coming down on that coin blank. That residue was struck into the coin. It's part of the coin. You can't remove it. I've seen people take like a Brillo pad to try and get the spot off. And the coin will be terribly damaged at that point, but the spot will still be there. So here I just opened this 1958 set. I have no idea what to expect. Well, here, okay, you see your typical black. In this case, it's really obvious. In this case, it's not a white milk spot, but it's a black spot you can really see there. But I'm going to cut this open, and we'll probably reveal even more flaws on the coin once I cut it open and get it out of the cellophane holder. And there you can see all those little milk spots I'm talking about. So in addition to that black spot around 9 o'clock, all around 2 and 3 o'clock by the rim, you see all those white spots that we refer to as milk spots that do not come off. This is your typical proof Franklin, folks. Now, what does the reverse look like? Who knows? Because again, this was all random as far as this spotting. Sometimes the reverse will be flawless. You do see a spot, though, at around 3:30 to the right of the eagle, a milk spot. And there's also some spotting to the right of the yoke at the top of the coin. Now, you take a look at these coins I have here, folks. These are gorgeous, folks. They're absolutely gorgeous. These superb high-grade Franklins have it all. The most beautiful eye appeal, the highest possible quality, and rarity. Qualities I focused on the most when buying rare coins. While top quality rarities in other series were often priced in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars, these Franklins are affordable, folks, to the average collector. Now, in the early days when I moonlighted buying and selling Morgan dollars from dealer to dealer in those early days, the Proof Franklins and early Proof Kennedy half dollars became a personal collecting favorite of mine. And the more I became involved in the Proof Franklins, the more interested I became in the Mint State Franklin half dollars as well, as I quickly discovered how difficult these coins were as well to find in gem condition, especially with full strikes. So I was picking out these coins at shows when I could find them, these most exceptional Franklins, folks, and acquiring for clients. And that's when I began to sell these coins to fellow collectors. I was simply buying coins that I thought were great coins to own, great coins for the future. In other words, coins I believed in. And I was sharing my passion with other collectors. It was obvious to me that this was a series of tremendous numismatic importance. So I began writing articles on these coins that appeared in Coin World, Numismatic News, the Coin Dealer Newsletter, the Numismatist, Coin Age. I received some literary awards for these contributions in the process. But it was obvious that a book with the best possible color pictures was needed to share the knowledge I had been accumulating on this series that I believed offered so much potential for collectors like myself. So I began writing my first book in 1986, the same year PCGS opened their doors for business. And I finished about 5 years later. I don't remember the precise date. It was late 1991, early 1992. But here we are now, about 30 years later. My, how times have changed since the publication of that first book. The grading services, both NGC and PCGS, provide a tremendous service as independent, third-party professional numismatists. Folks, this is very important. But at the same time, they are in the business to grade coins. And they need to grade a lot of coins as accurately as humanly possible to operate profitably. And when it comes to Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, I have a very different long-term goal. As a specialist, a lover of these coins, having spent much of my adult life buying, selling, collecting these coins, and sharing that passion with other collectors, other than writing more books, I think the best legacy I can leave is to earmark those Franklin and Kennedy half dollars that I know from my experience are most exceptional for their date and grade. And that is what the NGC We the People holder represents. Now, folks, you can look around and shop around on eBay and just regular generic Franklins. And I've just got a few prices here for you. that we pulled off of eBay. On this one, I just pulled off this morning, actually, this 1957. Proof 68, it looks like it has some of that toning I was referring to, and that's over $1,700 just for a 1957 in Proof 68. And that's a dealer with 100% positive feedback, almost 5,000 happy customers. Over $1,700 just for that one coin. There's a 1958, top-rated seller, Proof 68, over $1,000. So right there, we're around $2,800 just for 2 coins, folks. There's one more. We're all at almost $4,000 just for 3 coins. There's an exceptionally nice 1961 Proof 68. That's a very good price, $382. Again, a dealer with 100% positive feedback. But we're well over $4,000 for just half the set, folks. There are some really, really tough dates. Here's the most important part I want to show you. I have the most extensive Franklin inventory of superb Proof and Mid-State Franklins in the country. I buy every exceptional example I can get my hands on. I'm bidding everywhere. I get coins shipped to me all the time. And there's so few that make the We the People standard. So I've gone through my entire inventory of the 1956 to 1963 Franklins, and some of the earlier dates as well. And here are the numbers I have to date of all these coins. Here's what I've got so far, folks, for the entire series. The first year of the series is the 1950. And you can see there are no examples graded in 6.9. There's only one example graded in 6.8. We sold that to a client not too long ago. It was well over $30,000. But you look at the populations, and the coins highlighted in red in that table are the coins that I have that I'm able to offer to you today. What you're getting in this set, the 1956 Type 2, is the coin I have in the highest quantity in Proof 68 and Proof 69 condition. I've been able to certify 149 examples that made the We the People standard in Proof 68 and 108 in Proof 69. That is the first coin in the set. The second coin is the 57. Almost as easy to acquire in Proof 68. I mean, by easy, what I'm saying, again, I've gone through literally tens of thousands of 1957 sets, folks. And I came out with these 122 coins, but only 41 in 6.9. And then you get to the 1958, and I showed you a 1958 from a typical set. Only 83 graded in 68, folks, and 18 graded in 6.9 condition. The 59, 115 in 6.8, 18 in 6.9. The 1960, 181, 19 in 6.9. The 61, an incredible sleeper, such a difficult date. They struck around 3 million proof sets, but the vast majority are spotted and hairlined, flawed. They are so hard to get in a grade higher than Proof 66. And I only had 57 total and 15 in 6.9. Now, this is not what I have in stock at the moment. These are just the total populations of these coins in the We the People holder. And then you have the 1962, again, 98 and 6.8, only 15 in 6.9, and the last date in the series, 104 of the 1963s in 6.8, and only 19 in 69 condition. Now, I can't offer any of the 1955s, folks, even though that I had 75 graded in 6.8 and 35 in 6.9. We sold all of those. I had a special presentation where I offered the 1955, 56, and 57 in 6.8, 6.9 grade, and we sold out of all the 1955s that I had. But the good news is I had no special presentation on those later dates. So the dates like the 1958 with only 18 graded in 6.9 and 83 in 6.8, the 59 with only 115 in 6.8 and 18 in 6.8, the 61 only 57 in 6.8, 15 in 6.9. Same thing on the 62, only 15 and 6/9. I have small quantities of those coins. The 6/8 set, folks, the best part of all. Again, this is about your future. And the 6/8 set, to me, is the perfect grade for a set like this with the perfect price point. Because if your goal is to complete a Franklin set from 1950 to 1963, these coins are so red hot. You saw me showing you comps for a 1957 improved 68 with some toning on it for over $1,700, just for the 1957. Okay, this is my specialty. I'm the guy that does all the work, that goes through all the coins. This is a labor of love. I mean, there's a lot of other coins I could offer you that would require a lot less work and that would be a lot more profitable. I mean, I could put together 100 ASE sets in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, complete ASE sets for every one of these Proof 68 Franklin sets. This is a lot of work, but again, it's a labor of love of mine. It's a passion of mine because I know you are getting so much eye appeal, quality, and rarity for your numismatic dollar. $1,295 for the entire 8-coin set, folks. That's $161.81 a coin. $1,295 for the entire set. And you will get, with your set, my 3rd edition guidebook of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars by Whitman. It's the hardcover limited edition, and you will get a copy of this informational booklet on the Franklin half dollar in the We the People holder. The 6/9 set, folks, we have fewer than 10 sets. Okay, we've sold several of those 6/9s. I mean, the original total for the 1961 is 15 coins. We only have 7 or 8 in stock at this point in time. The entire 8-coin set, though, is priced to you for only $5,995. $5,995. They are available on the 2-payment option. Put half down today and we'll reserve one of these sets for you. Half down today of $2,997.50. And we will reserve a We the People Proof 69 Franklin set for you. And pay the balance in 30 days of $2,997.50. You're getting coins that are the highest possible numeric grade for every date. There are no Proof 70s. The current NGC population in the We the People holder for the 1956 Type 2, that's what you would call the common date. There are 108 examples. But then in 1957, there are only 41 examples. And again, a lot of them were sold in those 3-coin sets that I was offering, the 55, 56 Type 2, and the 57. So I don't have 41 examples in stock. I have maybe a dozen in stock. The 58, only 18 originally certified. We have fewer than 10 in stock. The 59, 18 certified to date. Again, fewer than 10 in stock. The 1960, 19 total certified in the We the People holder. 61 and the 62, 15 coins each. And the 63, 19 coins. To just put this in perspective, if you were to compare the rarity of these Franklins in this condition to the 1964 Kennedy in Proof 69, folks. Now, in the generic NGC holder, NGC has graded over 5,000 1964 Kennedys in Proof 69. I would say probably 20% of those, 25% of those would be We the People quality. So you're talking over 1,000 coins versus a couple dozen to date of some of these Franklin half dollars. Now, you open the pages to this book, and we've got some great pictures to show you the difference. The We the People Franklin holder, simply put, guarantees you the best possible eye appeal and quality for the grade.
If it's a brilliant proof Franklin, it will be a lovely, fairly graded, haze-free, problem-free specimen for the grade with exceptional eye appeal for a brilliant proof Franklin. And there you could see two 1950s, and you could see the difference. The 1950 on the left, not We the People quality. You see the typical haze, filmy surfaces. The coin on the right looks as pristine and deeply mirrored as the day it was struck. Amazing quality. 70 years old. It looks like it's brand new. That's the difference, folks, between a brilliant We the People and your run-of-the-mill Proof 67 Franklin. And then at the bottom there, if it's a cameo or an ultra cameo Franklin, well, what's the difference between a generic ultra cameo and a We the People ultra cameo? Well, again, a We the People ultra cameo should be a strong ultra cameo for the date and designation. And I stress that, the date and the designation. And there you see a 1956 on the left, graded Proof 68 Ultra Cameo. It's not We the People quality simply because it's on the lower end of the Ultra Cameo spectrum. That coin on the right, on the other hand, folks, sometimes your eyes, can really, this is what's so great about these coins. Your eyes can see the difference. Look at the cameo contrast on that coin. Your eyes can see the difference. You don't have to be an expert grader to know that the coin on the right is far superior to the coin on the left. Then on the next page, I'm talking about some Mint-State Franklins. They should be very fairly graded, strictly graded, with either brilliant or attractively toned surfaces. And that is so important because there are a lot of unattractive toned Franklins out there. And, in my opinion, overgraded Franklins as well. So there you see a 1954P graded by PCGS. It's correctly graded. It's a 6.6 FBL, but it has the usual toning. It's what I would describe as a model toning. I wouldn't call it attractive, okay? The coin on the right is just a spectacular, brilliant specimen. Just off the charts. This is my guarantee to you, that the Mint-State or Proof Franklin you have acquired truly represents the highest standard for the grade. This exclusive breakthrough, leading-edge NGC Franklin holder guarantees you the very finest eye appeal and quality for the grade. There is not a higher standard in all of U.S. numismatics. Again, my long-term goal, 50, 100, 200 years from now, collectors of future generations who own a Franklin half dollar in a We the People holder will own a Franklin half dollar that is the acknowledged gold standard for this series. Not only has NGC given me this exclusive use of their new proprietary holder, a holder that ensures every Franklin goes through a two-step process for encapsulation. The coin is first graded and certified by NGC, but then it must be reviewed by me, Rick Tamaska, to decide whether it is deserving of the We the People holder or whether it remains in the generic NGC holder. And this is most important. The evolving NGC We the People population numbers will illustrate how truly rare the finest Franklin half dollars are in their respective grades. For some dates and grades, only 5 to 10% of the current certified PCGS and NGC population numbers might pass my scrutiny and qualify for We the People encapsulation. In closing, there are two additional bonuses for you. Bonus number one, and this is really big. NGC will have an independent, separate census report, distinct from the generic Franklins, for Franklins in the exclusive We the People holder. And you can look it up there. There's the website address. If you want to look up the latest populations for any of those coins you see there, including half dollars. And then there's bonus number two. A second bonus. NGC will also have an independent, separate collector registry
devoted only to those Franklin half dollars in the premium We the People holder, folks. And again, you've got the website address there. You get all this, folks. You get the best of the best. A coin that's received the strictest scrutiny, a coin you know is truly premium for the grade, and a Franklin that may be 10 to 20 times rarer than the more generic quality examples for the date and grade. In closing, folks, you know, when I wrote my first book, it was a labor of love. If I had calculated the time I put in and the resulting sales I got from that book, I think I was probably been working for about 10 or 20 cents an hour. But that wasn't the point. The point was that I felt I had something really extraordinary to offer other collectors out there. I believed in the coins, and that's why I wrote the book. It's the same thing with the We the People Franklin holder, folks. We're finally at that point in time. This is the perfect time. And NGC has given me this kind of control where I can go through all these Franklins and say, no, 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 this one doesn't make it, this one doesn't make it. Yes, this one makes it. This one goes into the We the People holder. To put a set like this that you see here together in Proof 68 is so challenging. To meet the We the People standards, it's so much easier for me to assemble a beautiful set of American silver dollars, American silver eagles, in MS69 or Proof 69. They are so much easier to locate in top quality condition. I could assemble 500 of those sets for the time it takes me to assemble one of these Franklin sets in Proof 68. Again, folks, the entire 8-coin set in 6/8 is only $1,295. That's only about $161 a coin. In Proof 68, one grade from the highest, the entire 8-coin set. And I haven't even addressed the difficulty of the Proof 69s. Proof 69, the highest grade for this early era in U.S. proof making. The ultimate grade. There are no 70s. The ultimate Proof 69 set, $5,995. We have a very, very limited number of these sets in 6/9, a limited number of 6/8s, but a very limited number of sets in 6/9, folks. They're only $5,995. They are available on the 2-payment option. Put half down today and we'll reserve one of these sets for you. Half down today of $2,997.50. And we will reserve a We the People Proof 69 Franklin set for you. And pay the balance in 30 days of $2,997.50. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. Remember, with either set, you get the hardcover limited edition. You get a copy of this booklet. I didn't show you the last 2 pages in the booklet. There's many other things in there as well. There's charts. There's all kinds of charts. There's a feature talking about the Future Encyclopedia. Here's on the back inside cover a picture of a beautiful 1950 in a We the People holder. On the very back cover, the finest known 1953S MS66 plus FBL, folks. Finest known, key date in the series in full bell line condition. You get it all. This, to me, is the greatest half-dollar series when you're talking about United States proof coins struck in the 20th century. For this kind of price, you get so much bang for your numismatic dollar. Such a superior set with the best possible pedigree. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you're able to get at least one of these sets. Thanks for watching. This is great. This is great. I've been doing this now on TV, I don't know how long, 6, 7 years, I don't know, 8 years, I don't know, 8 years maybe. I've been a specialist in proof Franklin and Kennedy half dollars and proof coins in general. As you know, I'm going way back into the early 1800s. I've assembled many of the finest proof collections for my clients, including Morgan dollars, seated half dollars, the Barber half collection. You can find them on the NGC and PCGS registries. And I've been offering you folks some of the very, very finest proofs in existence, including the proof Franklins. But I've never been able to offer this date that I have today in the grade that I have it in today. And this is really, really special, folks. Again, this all comes from, if you've watched any of my shows the past several weeks, there was a gentleman I jokingly referred to as Harry the Hoarder back when I first offered his collection of 1955S Lincoln cents. That he had bags and bags of 55S Lincoln cents, and he submitted the finest examples and had around 1,400 that graded an MS-67 red, and that's the highest grade NGC has given any 55S Lincoln. And Harry gave them to me at a great price. And I was able to pass it on, and you folks loved them. You know, we sold them out in just a few weeks. He sadly passed away in 2014. And so his wife, with the help of some friends, has been slowly liquidating his estate, his other hoards and collections. And one of the things he really collected a lot of was cherry-picking the finest proof sets he could find. And he did this over a period, you know, from maybe around 1970 up through, you know, the year he died, you know, a period of over 40 years. He would attend a lot of shows. He was on the internet. He was on the teletype all the time, buying proof sets. And he would select those sets that were just the finest quality. He had put them away, put them aside, just like he did with the 55S Lincolns, like he did with war nickels. He had a tremendous estate in war nickels, where he had several thousand that graded MS-67. And so we've finally been able to acquire some of these finest proof coins that he had put away from these many, many decades. And that's why I have today some 1952 proof Franklins, folks, that will just knock your socks off. Now, these coins, these Franklins in proof 66, proof 67, these early dates, and proof 68, I mean, are absolutely on fire for all the right reasons. Here's a little chart where I show a comparison of a complete Franklin set in proof 68. If you take a look here, at that same time when silver was $47 an ounce in 2011, a proof 68 Franklin set was maybe $19,000. Just in December of 2016, that same set would have been around $40,000. It's currently over $50,000, folks, because these exceptional Franklins are being put away for the long term. Many of them are absolutely irreplaceable. You have more and more collectors who understand the opportunity, who see the opportunity to get coins that offer you exceptional eye appeal, exceptional quality for the date, incredible rarity, at a tremendous price that offers tremendous future potential. This has to do about the rarity of a coin in high-grade proof condition and its tremendous, tremendous demand among collectors who want to put together the very finest. The 1950 alone, here's a coin that sold in auction not too long ago, well over double the price of the previous 1950 that sold in auction. This one sold not too long ago, it was sold in January of 2017 for $23,325. We ended up buying that coin, I did, from the individual who was the high bidder, and then we acquired it for a client, just for that 1950. Just a few years earlier, that same coin was around $10,000. Try and find another. They're not out there, and that's why. These are so rare. We took the time to make a little chart to show you why these early proof Franklins are so special. You've got at the very top there the proof Walkers that were struck from 1936 to 1942. Now the proof Walkers, folks, first of all, in 1936, they minted fewer than 4,000 Walkers in proof. In 1937, they only minted around 5,500 in proof, only about 5,500 coins. Okay? In 1938, they only struck about 8,000 in proof, 8,000 coins. 1939, only around 8,800 coins were struck in proof. In 1939, 8,800 coins. Keep that in mind when you look at these three Franklins, first three Franklin dates. Because though the mintages were higher, they struck over 51,000 1951 Franklins, or 1950 Franklins, about 57,000 51s, and only 81,000 52s. In really high grade, they're as rare or rarer than some of those proof Walkers in very high grade. Now, why is that? Well, a big part of the reason is the fact that you see that gap there. There's nothing from between 1942 and 1950. They didn't make any proof coins after 1942 because of World War II. And when they resumed proof making in 1950, I have to believe, I mean, we did a lot of research in the Library of Congress looking for information on proof making in the 1940s and 1950s. The only thing I could figure out is that they had a tremendous turnover in personnel between 1942 and 1950, so that when they resumed proof making in 1950, they didn't have most of the craftsmen that they had back in the early 40s when they were making these proofs. And making proof coins, folks, is a real craft. It requires a lot of preparation of the proof die, a lot of polishing, fine polishing of that die to create, you know, the most flawless die possible, to strike the most flawless coins possible. And then the fact that so many of these early proof Franklins were struck from Warren dies because they had these higher mintages, they only used so many dies. A lot of them were struck from Warren dies. You had very poor packaging. You had problems with glue spots and hairlines. And so now when we look at this 1952 you see here, folks, take a look at this. 1952, only 588 examples graded in proof 67. 50 in 68, none higher. None higher. There are no 6.9s. In other words, it's much, 1939 Walker, they've graded 100 in proof 68, one in proof 69. Today, for the first time, I have the finest known 52s, high-grade 52s I've ever offered, courtesy of this incredible, incredible collection, this once-in-a-lifetime collection. I have the 1952 today for you, folks. I have it today in beautiful, haze-free, brilliant, spot-free proof 66. Stunning, beautiful, haze-free, spot-free proof 67, and just a handful of the finest known high-grade proof 68s. Folks, again, I'm not just interested in the grade. Remember what I always talk about, eye appeal, quality, and rarity. Eye appeal to me is every bit as important as quality. Here's a beautiful, well, not a beautiful, it's a 1954 in proof 67. But it has heavy, dark toning around the upper rim that you can see. Okay, and that's part of the coin. You will not get this kind of high-grade proof Franklin from me. And you see the same problem on the reverse of this coin. And so many of these early Franklins have these kinds of issues where you can see that muddy, kind of smoky, gray-brown toning around the upper part of the coin. You will not get this kind of quality. My high-grade proof 66, proof 67, proof 68 Franklins are pristine, brilliant specimens, as stunning as the day they were struck. These are hand-selected, again, from this estate. There's nothing, you won't find any coins that are heavily toned or spotted, even though this is a very high grade. Proof, I'm interested in all these early Proof Franklins in Proof 65 and higher. I have a lot of coins back in my office and a lot of 1952s in Proof 65. I'll have them out on another day for you. But you get a Proof 66, it's only a couple $100 more. You get a Proof 66. Look at this coin. It's an absolute jewel. It's only $649. Now, the Proof 67s. Take a look at one of these. Up to now, and again, I've been offering you the finest Proof Franklins. This is the highest grade I've ever offered, Proof 67 on one of my shows. This is an extraordinary grade for an early Proof Franklin. Again, there are no 1952s in Proof 69. You know, I look at this coin and it looks essentially Proof 69. You look at it, there is no spotting, no toning, no haze. It is absolutely sensational. The 67s are so rare to get them, especially rare to get them in this kind of haze-free, pristine condition. And I have them for only $1,395. If you complete a Franklin set, the entire set in Proof 67 grade, you'll have one of the finest high-grade Proof Franklin sets in existence. In fact, there's only, I believe, 3 or 4 sets that could be of a higher matching grade, because the first year of this set, the 1950, has only 3 or 4 examples graded in Proof 68. A Proof 67 set is a phenomenal set. These 52s are only $1,395. And now, for the first time ever here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show, I'm offering the 52 in a grade I've never before been able to offer on my show. Take a look at one of these Proof 68s. We only have a few of them, folks. It doesn't get any better than this. This is, folks, I've been buying Proof sets since the early 1980s. I've bought thousands and thousands and thousands of 1950, 51, and 1952 Proof sets over those years. I have never personally found a 1952 this flawless, spot-free and haze-free, that graded Proof 68. These came out of an estate that from a gentleman that had been doing it for longer than I had, who started back around 1970. And I only have a handful of these in Proof 68. Again, this is the highest numerical grade this date has ever received by either NGC or PCGS. Only 50 examples, none higher. There are no 69s. The few examples I have, folks, are only $5,900 a coin. Take a look at this. It's amazing. Struck in 1952. It looks like it was just struck on the die. It came off a press, and you got it on a velvet pillow. Absolutely flawless. It could easily be a Proof 69. This is a coin that has the potential to be worth what that 50 went for and more in the years ahead. It's only $5,900, folks. $5,900 for one of the rarest Franklins in the highest grade this state has ever received. Think about that. How many 90% silver half dollars out there that offer you this kind of eye appeal? Absolutely haze-free, spot-free condition. The highest grade ever given the date. This kind of rarity for $5,900. You know, when I see a lot of those walkers that have, you know, there are a lot of those walkers, there are more Proof walkers out there for a lot of those dates in Proof 68. Usually have unattractive toning. They don't look like this Franklin. This is a great, great time for our show here. This is really a historic time to be able to offer this early Franklin date from the box. I call it the box set era because, again, These early sets were issued in these small cardboard box sets, these small, where every coin was in a cellophane, its own cellophane envelope. Each envelope was stapled. They were all 5 envelopes were stapled together, all 5 denominations, the cent, the nickel, dime, quarter, half. These cellophane envelopes were very brittle. I wrote about it in all my books. They would, the cellophane would crack open, the coins would hairline against the cellophane, the staples would rust from these envelopes, and the rust would abrade against the coins. So here you have, again, these survivors. These were cherry-picked from a gentleman who had an eye for the finest United States coins. And that's the only reason I am this fortunate to be able to offer these splendid, absolutely unimprovable 1952 proof Franklins to you, for you today. One last time, we have these in proof 66 at the very bottom. Again, I have a lot of proof 65s back in my office, but they're only, you know, they're not that much lower in price than the 66s. If you can get a 66, do it now. They're only $649. And then we have the proof 67s, which for the last several years, this is the highest grade I've ever offered on one of my shows of this date, the 1952, is proof 67 for $1,395. And for the first time ever, I have a handful of the coins at the very top. I have this date in proof 68. There are no 69s. This is the highest grade, and they're only $5,900 while I have them. Thank you for watching this presentation. This is a great time, you know, as a collector. It's not too often you get the opportunity to get a coin that offers you the ultimate in eye appeal, highest grade, finest possible quality with extraordinary rarity, folks. There are just not too many of those coins out there that are less than 6 figures. And I've got some 52s in proof 67 for $13.95, and then those just monster 68s for only $5,900. If you love the very best, if you're like me, you're always looking for the very best possible, this is your opportunity. Thanks for watching. There is nothing I enjoy more than helping our clients build the coin collections of their dreams.
Are you looking to assemble a complete collection of coins but are having difficulty finding the rare ones you're missing? Do you need guidance in locating and acquiring high-grade, high-quality examples of certain hard-to-find coins? That's why Rick's U.S. Coin Show has introduced the Private Advisory Coin Team. Rick and Jack deal with many high-end coins for private collections that are not shown on our regular TV show. And now you can have access to these coins too.
With the collective wisdom of our team and the breadth of our relationships at Rick's U.S. Coin Show, we have access to the most prestigious private collections, coin shows, and dealer inventories across the country, all to help you build a numismatic coin collection of your dreams.
The Private Advisory Coin Team is for those collectors who seek those ultra super rare and hard to find coins that you only read about in numismatic books.
If you're interested in learning more about some of the rarest and most valuable coins known, call the number on your screen and tell our customer service representative you would like to be connected with a member of the Private Advisory Coin Team.
And be sure to keep watching Rick, Jack, and James on Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
When I was a kid growing up, Ike was president, the 34th president of the United States of America. And I really didn't think much about Ike because I was a little kid. And you know what? I think most people thought Ike was so beloved because he is the man who won World War II for the United States of America and really the world, because he was the 5-star general in charge of the D-Day landing on the beaches of Normandy, France, that began the invasion of Europe and subsequently of Germany to end World War II. You know who else really paid attention at that time to Ike? Frank Gasparo. Now, Frank Gasparo worked at the U.S. Mint. Frank Gasparo is responsible for the Ike dollar. But this is a special Ike dollar. This is the Ike dollar, the one and only one that was issued to honor the bicentennial of America. In fact, it's a dual-dated coin. It's 1776 to 1976. One of just a handful of coins like that in the whole United States coin catalog. This coin was actually taken from a sketch that Frank Gasparo made of Ike in the Victory Day Parade through Manhattan in New York in 1945. He had a sketchbook with him. He waited for untold hours for the president to come driving by, and he made a sketch of Ike in the parade car. That is the design that was used for the portrait of Ike on the Ike dollar. Now, this is a silver Ike dollar. It also happens to be one of the only silver coins issued by the United States of America in the 1970s. Very few silver coins were issued in the 1970s. The reverse of the coin is represented by the work of Dennis R. Williams. Now, he won a design competition. There was over 1,000 design entries. Today, that sounds like nothing, right? To represent a design for a one-year reverse of the Eisenhower dollar. And this is the design that Dennis R. Williams came up with. It is the Liberty Bell superimposed over the moon. Now, if you know the Ike dollar, the normal Ike dollar has a depiction of the American eagle alighting on the surface of the moon. So this was a tribute. And, you know, it was actually a big tribute to Eisenhower. Because though, you know, everybody associates Kennedy with the space race, it was actually Eisenhower that signed into law the bill that created NASA in 1958. I never knew that until just recently. Well, here's something about this coin that really bears looking at. Number one, they are big, they are beautiful, they have a great mirror, they're a cameo coin. Number two, this coin was issued during the bicentennial, 1975 and 1976, for $10. You know, $10 back in 1976, when you adjust for inflation, that's actually over $60 today. Here's what I think is the most important thing about the Ike dollar. Well, there's a couple of things. Let me get to the first one. Number one, originally there were to have been 4 million of these coins produced. That didn't happen. Instead, 3.2 million, as it says here, were distributed, means that they were ordered by individual collectors, by the way, and sold through the United States Mint. And back then, you had to call the mint up or you had to correspond in writing. There wasn't any internet. So there was a lot fewer collectors out there and a lot smaller mintages all the way around. So the mintage got reduced to 3.2 million. Now, here's the thing. In the beginning, and towards the end and the very beginning of the the end of the 1970s to the very beginning of the 1980s, the price of silver went crazy. And so many of these coins were melted. Why? Why would you melt a coin where you can clearly see what it is when it's made of silver? And I'll tell you why that was done. Because intrinsically, the coin had more value than the face value. And so the coins were melted into bars and they were sold off that way. That was responsible, ladies and gentlemen, for untold thousands, maybe even millions of these coins being melted. I think it's an excellent opportunity to buy silver today, and one of the greatest ways you can do it is in a United States silver dollar that is proof. That is that mirrored field and wonderfully satin background. And our price for Ikes is $21.95 for a single coin. Here's a special deal, a roll of 10. That's a half a banker's roll at $19.90 each. That's $199 for the roll of 10. And if you want the complete roll of 20, a banker's roll, they're $17.95 a piece, and that comes to $359. And I want to make sure I haven't left anything out here. Let's always remember that Ike had such a connection to us landing on the moon because it was Ike that created NASA. And of course, Ike will forever be remembered as the 5-star general and 34th President of the United States and one of the largest silver dollars, or I should say one of the last large silver dollars the U.S. ever issued. Here it is, folks, at $21.95 for a single coin, or a really big discount, a roll of 10 at $19.90 each, $1.99, and a full banker's roll of 20 at $17.95 a coin, $359. Thanks for watching this Ike presentation. Don't go anywhere. There's a lot of good stuff coming up.
Hi, I'm Jack McNamara from Rick's US Coin Show, and I'm standing on the steps of the old San Francisco Mint, which is where they struck coins from 1874 till 1937. In those 63 years, it produced over 9 billion coins. At one time, this mint held $300 million worth of gold, which was 1/3 of the entire US gold reserves. The gold rush of 1849 started about 100 miles from here. When people brought gold into the San Francisco area, the word spread like wildfire through the hills. The entire landscape of San Francisco changed overnight. This building was such a robust structure that it survived the Great San Francisco Earthquake of 1906. The rest of San Francisco was devastated, yet most of this structure stayed intact. It soon became known as the Granite Lady. Another reason it was called the Granite Lady is because the entire foundation was made of granite, which was 6 feet thick. Why, you may ask? It was said to have been designed that way to keep would-be robbers from tunneling under the mint and breaking in to steal the gold. The San Francisco Mint is well known for producing some of the most beautiful proof coins of any mint in the world. In 1937, the mint began to get outdated, so they built a new mint about 3 miles from here. The mint is currently being restored and is used for special events as it has become a historical monument for the city of San Francisco.
Welcome, welcome, fellow collectors. Jack and Rick, we're back again.
We're the coin guys, and we're here.
You know, Jack and I, we get together, folks, when we get something that's truly, truly extraordinary for all our collecting friends out there.
Right.
And Jack, among the gold from the great European gold hoard,
Right.
I don't remember gold eagles like we have today that offer the collectors out there so much opportunity in the form of eye appeal, quality, and rarity. This is an incredibly special coin, folks. And I want you to take a look at these. They're 1899s $10 eagles struck at the San Francisco Mint.
Right.
Mint State 62, Jack, which, you know, if you go to the Smithsonian, which is the home of the greatest United States coin collection in the world.
Collection, yeah.
You go to the Smithsonian and you want to look at the greatest coin collection in the world, and you look at their 1899s. It's a Mint State 62.
Same grade as this. And that's our national treasures.
To be able to own a coin like this rare and this quality, and at the price we have it, folks, this is just so special, Jack.
It is. Over 120 years old.
It's a thrill.
Yeah.
Now, it's called the Eagle because, folks, up until 1850, This was the largest gold coin struck by the U.S. Mint. You had, $1 gold pieces, $2.50 gold pieces, $5 gold pieces, but then you had the $10 with almost a half an ounce of gold. And so it was referred to as the eagle.
Right, when the mint started making gold coins, that was the centerpiece, that was the biggest coin. And that's why they wanted to give it a name, and they called it an eagle.
Folks, in gold value alone, there's almost $1,000 worth of gold, and just in gold value alone, because it has almost a half an ounce of gold. Now, these coins really should not exist.
Right.
They should not exist, folks.
They should have all been melted almost 100 years ago.
The only reason they exist is because of the Great European Gold Hoard.
Right.
The Great European Gold Hoard all started in the 1930s. We were in the midst of the Great Depression. The Great Depression began in late 1929. It was economic devastation for countries around the world. Our country hadn't experienced anything like it since the Civil War. The stock market crashed. Unemployment was around 25%. It was catastrophic. There were an estimated 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. Millions of Americans had their life savings wiped out. Overnight, a family that felt secure suddenly found themselves destitute because there was no FDIC insurance back then. Your money wasn't guaranteed. Could you imagine having your life savings, 20 years, 30 years of your life savings in the bank for safekeeping? That was your nest egg, folks. And imagine going to the bank the next day and the bank's shuttered closed. They failed. You were wiped out, affecting hundreds of thousands of families, millions of families. So, a lot of citizens who had their life savings in banks that had not yet failed were understandably terrified that their bank would be next. And so they began pulling their money out of their bank and taking that paper money, which for all they knew could be next to worthless in 6 months or a year, and they began buying United States gold coins.
Yeah, they didn't want the paper money. They went to their bank and said, give me the gold. I don't want that paper money.
Exactly. The paper money could be worthless in a year, the way our economy was going.
Right.
On the other hand, gold throughout human history has always had value. Throughout human history, across cultures.
Thousands of years it's been used as a means of trade and a store of value.
Folks, you go back to 3000 BC. The ancient Egyptians believed gold was the flesh from their sun god, and that it was indestructible. Yeah. So you had all these citizens pulling their money out of banks, buying these gold coins, which created additional stress on our banking system. They had to put a stop on this run on the banks because that was just threatening more banks, more bank failures. And so on April 5th, 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, which made owning over $100 worth of gold or gold bullion or gold certificates illegal. And back then, gold was about $20 an ounce. So in other words, if you owned over 10 of these and you were caught after the effective date in 1933, you faced a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment, or both. And it was enforced. And so all those people that had accumulated all those gold coins had to turn them in to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. Now, this is where the Great European Bank Hoard comes in. Well, people were caught between a rock and a hard place. They could keep their money in the bank and risk it going under and losing everything. They could buy gold and get caught and go to jail. But there was a third option. It turns out not every citizen turned all their gold in. For individuals of means and some institutions who basically said to themselves, well, the government might tell us it is illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country. The executive order didn't say we can't own gold in another country. And so, before the executive order took effect, there were some individuals and institutions who bought United States gold coins by the bag, and they began shipping bags of gold coins to banks in Europe. And those bags of United States gold coins have been sitting in those vaults undisturbed since the early 1930s until now. And we've been able to offer some of the greatest rare gold opportunities to our viewers over the last several years that have come out of the Great European Gold Hoard.
Right.
Folks, this is a Halley's Comet event, moment in time. You know, the Great European Gold Hoard is not going to be some footnote in history 100, 500 years from now.
Right.
This is an incredible, incredible opportunity. It truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And these coins we have today, you just don't find them. They should not exist.
Right.
These are so rare.
Now this chart really tells a great story here. Because first off, you know, the series, they made less than 50 million coins. And this is a series that goes back to the 1830s. I mean, this series, you know, a lot of different mint marks and dates. I think it's about a couple hundred different coins in this series, starting from 1838 up to 1907. Now we look at this. For that many years, it's not that big of a mintage. You've got only 42,686,932 coins struck. So less than 50 million coins spanned over a lot of different dates and mint marks. But keep in mind, most coins after 20, 30 years in circulation, the mint redeems those coins and melts them and strikes new coins anyway. And there's no count of that. So a lot of these coins didn't exist in the first place. Then we have these official melts, like during this executive order. When the government made you turn over these coins, they didn't just go keep them and put them in a safe. They melted them into bars. Actually, Fort Knox was established specifically. You know, they built the vault at Fort Knox to put these bars in when this executive order was enacted. So few of these survive. Today, if you look at this chart, this tells a great story. Of all these different dates and mint marks, PCGS has only graded about 258,000 coins.
That's
in all grades.
For the entire series.
The entire series. All grades, not just mint state. You know, that's anything from very good up to, you know, mint state 66. You know, this is it. So for only 258,000 coins, it is a minuscule, tiny, tiny fraction of the amount of coins that survive.
That's far less than 1% of the total mintage.
Far less.
Folks, that's all grades. Circulated coins.
Right.
Remember, folks, these coins were not made for collecting back then. They were struck for commerce. They were meant to be spent. So the mint tried to produce the most coins possible without a lot of concern about the quality. The coins were struck on a high-speed press, ejected into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another, collecting dings, gouges, and scuffs along the way. They would go through coin counting machines. They would go through the inspection and adjustment department. And from there, they would be dumped into bags. And the bags would be thrown onto trains. And these bags were heavy. So they didn't gingerly place them on the train. They would literally throw them on. The coins would then be rattling around for weeks on the train, abrading with each other and accumulating all kinds of bag marks, long before they even arrived at the banks across the country. And these heavy coins, struck in gold, a very soft metal, would acquire what is referred to as bag marks. And you can see from looking at this example, here's a typical double eagle. And you can see from the deep cuts and gouges, simply from abrading and colliding with other coins. Look at the deep cut along the rim and a deep gash in Liberty's waist. This coin is not even gradable. Here's another one. And you can see a deep cut along her upper cheekbone there, a deep scrape at the bottom part of her neck and back of her head. Again, this is all from contact. These are large, heavy coins. And this is why it is so hard to get high-quality, uncirculated coins, and why it's so exciting when we have these coins in this outstanding quality today. But folks, this is not any old Mint State 62 $10 eagle. It's a San Francisco mint.
Yes.
And the thing about the Great European Gold Hoard is that most of the gold coins coming out of those banks in Europe were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. Understandably, the Philadelphia Mint was the closest mint to the East Coast.
Right.
So it was a short trip to the East Coast to get on a ship to cross the ocean. You rarely find gold from the great European gold hoard struck at the San Francisco Mint on the other side of the country.
Right.
Almost all the gold remained on the West Coast, and very few gold coins have survived, the process of...
Much less, yeah.
Yeah. To give you an idea how special this is, we have a chart here of showing the $10 eagles, many of which we've offered in the past, but they're not nearly as rare as what we have today. Only about 250,000 in every date have been certified. And you can see the great majority are those earliest dates at the Philadelphia Mint.
Yeah, this is showing all those P mints from that last 15 years of the series. And you can see that San Francisco Mint, even though the mintage is higher than some of those Philadelphia issues, it's about how few survived and ended up in the hoard. Look at the populations in any mint state grade. All the P mints from that end of that series are over 1,000 coins, and some you see over 10, over 20, almost 30,000 coins that have survived in mint state for that 1907. You look at this coin, less than 700 graded by PCGS in all grades. And in the grade we have here, MS62, again, look at, you have coins at the top of that chart where there's over 10,000 graded, which is still a tiny amount with the number of coin collectors there are today. I mean, these are still pretty rare coins.
Those are,
But you get down to the bottom of this chart and look at this coin we have here today. Only 315 coins certified in mint state 62, the same grade as the Smithsonian has.
Yeah.
Only 315 coins.
And even the number next to it. In all grades of mint state, only 700 coins.
Right.
In other words, folks, this is a coin that's rare in any condition.
Yep.
That number, it's about 1 in 1,000 certified in this condition. 1 in 1,000. And 1899S, it's all about this incredible condition rarity.
Right.
We have, folks, just over 100 examples. In other words, about 1/3 of the total population that just came out of the great European gold hoard. 1899 San Francisco Mint. This is extraordinary. Mint state 62, meaning it's really a nice uncirculated example.
It is a solid mint state example. 60 or higher on the grading scale is considered brilliant uncirculated. Mint state coins, coins with no wear, coins that never went into circulation. This is solidly in that category. This is a 62 coin.
In other words, folks, these are as if they were in a bag. If you had a typical bag, say, that had 1,000 1899's $10 eagles, the baggiest examples would, grade MS60 with a lot of bag marks.
Right.
These are among the finest surviving specimens. How a coin like this could survive in this condition, again, among the finest examples from a bag.
Right.
Struck over 120 years ago at the San Francisco Mint. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and there you see that S Mint mark right at the very bottom, meaning it was struck in San Francisco. This, folks, again, this is a Halley's Comet event, and the timing, the window of opportunity couldn't be more perfect. There was an article that came out, major publication, is it time for a new perspective on generic gold?
Right.
Now, what they're talking about when they say generic is the most common gold.
Right, the most common dates.
The S Mint is a much, much rarer $10 eagle. But here's the sentence to focus on in this article. And this is what we have been telling our viewers now for several years. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. Now, by spot, what they mean is the current value of gold.
Right. Spot is the day's price
Exactly.
of gold.
Right now, folks, gold is, $1,800, $1,900 an ounce. I remember around 20 years ago when gold was $350, $400 an ounce.
Right.
There were a lot of gold coins back then, common dates, that were selling for 10 times their gold value. And here we have gold at around $1,800, $1,900 an ounce. And these 1899 S's, just about a half an ounce of gold. And gold value alone, it's around $900.
Right. Almost $1,000 worth of gold there.
This is the best part of all, Jack. Again, we get first crack at these opportunities that come out of the great European gold hoard.
Right.
And we hand select the deals we want and don't want, that we feel are best for you folks, our viewers. And this is a must-buy opportunity. 1899S Smithsonian quality.
Right, same grade as the Smithsonian coin.
This is a
Same
coin
condition.
that would be a great opportunity at $39.95.
Right.
But it wouldn't be our best price. Our philosophy from day one, and it's the key to our success, is that when we get a great opportunity, that we pass our good fortune on to you.
Right.
And folks, we have these today. $29.95 would be an exceptional price. While we have these, a limited time opportunity, we just have over 100 examples, which is phenomenal.
Yeah, it's like a third
Never
of the,
in my lifetime,
a third
Jack,
of the
did
population.
I think we'd be able to get these.
It's incredible.
This kind of quantity, maybe 5 or 10 examples, but just over 100.
Right.
And while we have them, Jack, while we have them, folks, $1,995 a coin.
Great opportunity.
Yeah, again, remember, gold value alone, it's $900.
Right.
Incredibly rare.
Same quality
San
as the
Francisco
Smithsonian.
Mint.
The Smithsonian, one of the greatest collections ever established anywhere in the world ever. And it's the same quality as the Smithsonian. Our
San
national
Francisco
collection.
Mint.
San
Not
Francisco
Philadelphia Mint, San
Yeah.
Francisco Mint. There are so few San Francisco Mint $10 Eagles because so few of them made the trip from San Francisco to the East Coast to go to one of those banks in Europe.
And,
that's why we say these should not exist. It was one of those few bags.
Right, and so few tens on top of that. I mean, most of the coins that were transferred, people are trying to transfer a large sum of money. You go with the highest denomination. So the majority were the $20 double eagle.
That's right.
The tens are much harder.
The double
and then
eagles,
on top of that it's an S Mint.
That's right.
Wow.
That's right. And it's available on the 2-payment option.
Right.
Because again, folks, this is one of those opportunities that we present now. We get so many people who will call in a week later, and we no longer have the coins.
Right.
So if you can't swing the entire amount today, all you have to do is put half down.
Right.
Half down of only $997.50. And we'll put one of these 1899S Smithsonian quality $10 Eagles aside for you in our vault with your name on it. And you pay the balance in 30 days.
Right.
This is just such a sensational opportunity. Folks, sometimes some things that seem too good to be true really are true.
Right.
There was the story, it was just over a year ago. An individual found an 1854S $5 gold piece. $5 gold piece, which is about a quarter ounce of gold. And that's a blow up of the coin. And here's a reverse picture. And there again, you see that most important San Francisco Mint mark at the bottom. He showed it to a couple dealers who told him it was probably counterfeit.
Right.
He sent it to NGC for grading. And here's how it came back. The coin was genuine. It was a real 1854S, extra fine 45, meaning it had been in circulation. It had some light circulation, some light wear. It wasn't a mint state coin. He put the coin in auction. Sold for over $2 million. Very, very rare. Now, there's only a handful of those in existence.
Right.
But these 1899Ss, folks, they're really, really rare. And at $19.95, they're really, it's our best price. You know, it's our, we have a great opportunity that came our way, and this is what we love to do most, is pass our good fortune on to you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get the 1899S Liberty, turn of the century, struck in the 1800s, struck at the San Francisco Mint and Smithsonian quality, Jack.
Right, exactly, and such a low population. In this grade, the same grade as Smithsonian, only 315 coins certified by PCGS.
And then all grades,
so
700.
Yeah.
All grades, folks.
All grades.
In any condition, this is a really rare coin. If you found it in some, jeweler's case and it was worn and it had cleaning all over it, and it would still be worth a premium because it's an 1899S.
Right.
Coins that should not exist, the only reason they exist is because they were in a vault in Europe since the 1930s.
Right.
It's called the Great European Gold Hoard. It was a result of the Great Depression. And very, very few San Francisco Mint issues were shipped to those banks in Europe. Almost all of the $10 Eagles were struck at the Philadelphia Mint, which was located on the east coast of the country.
Right.
San Francisco, very, very few gold coins made it across the country to those banks in Europe. This 99S is a coin, we've offered some great gold coins before, folks, but never an 1899S10 in 6.2, and we had over 100 examples to start. We've got a lot of people calling in.
It's an incredible opportunity. I often tell collectors, coin collecting, a lot of it is just about being in the right place at the right time and knowing when to take advantage of an opportunity when it presents itself.
This
is one of those opportunities.
That's exactly. Folks, you could watch all the coin shows on TV for the next 20 years.
Right.
You will not see an 1899S gold opportunity like we have today. It truly is a Haley's Comet event. Please take advantage of this. This is a national treasure. There's so much historic importance to this. This is our history, our culture. It's what our country is all about. These are coins you want to hold on to, pass on to your kids, your grandkids, and keep in the family.
Right, make it your legacy.
These are coins here, these 1899S $10 Eagles. These are coins that are going to be very good to you. From Jack and I, the Coin Guys.
Thanks for watching.
Thank you for watching.
The year was 1859, and the Great Comstock Silver Lode was discovered in the northern region of the Nevada Territory. The amount of silver was so great that it became difficult to transport it to the closest mint, which was in San Francisco.
The location was determined, I think, for several reasons. One, that the local people here, not only in Carson City, but up in Virginia City and other mining communities around here, they wanted a mint in northern Nevada, this area here. And the closest mint was San Francisco, and they felt like that was too far to ship their bullion to. They wanted something closer.
The U.S. government determined it needed a coining facility closer to the silver mines. So on March 3rd of 1863, Congress passed legislation to establish a new mint, the sixth mint in the Nevada Territory, 18 months before Nevada would become a state.
So Carson City made a strong effort. Abe Curry, the founder of Carson and associated with the mint, and others lobbied and got Congress to look and consider Carson City for a site for a mint. And indeed, in 1863, during the Nevada territorial period, they determined that they were going to build a mint here.
The government bought a small tract of land in 1865, but because the U.S. was in the middle of the Civil War, construction on the new mint did not begin until the summer of 1866. Many problems plagued the construction for over 3 years, and they went over budget by nearly 200%. Finally, after spending over $426,000, the mint was ready in fall of 1869. The mint opened months later in January of 1870, even though none of the coin dies had yet been delivered from Philadelphia.
Well, the mint began operations in 1870, and February is actually when the first coins were minted.
And on that first historic day, the Carson City Mint pressed its first coin, a seated Liberty dollar. It was the first of 56 million coins to bear the distinctive CC Mint mark. The mint opened with just one steam-powered coin press, aptly named Coin Press No. 1. The press could produce up to 100 coins per minute, but due to the high demand of coins from the public, a second coin press arrived in 1875 and a third in 1876. Together, the three coin presses were able to mint about 40,000 coins per day.
The main purpose of the Carson City Mint was to mint coinage, producing business strikes that would be released to the general public and the economy of the local areas here in Nevada, but also in other areas in California and such. And it seemed like a natural that the mint would be developed here with the tremendous mining that was developed. And Nevada has the nickname the Silver State, with the Comstock lode so close and other mining districts throughout the state providing bullion for this mint to turn and make into coinage, both gold and silver. When this building was a mint, it had up to 80 to 90 workers. It brought in like $10,000 a month to the frontier community like this, our capital too of the state of Nevada. The types of coins that were minted here, and I think sometimes people don't realize that they were both gold and silver. As far as the gold ones, there was the $5 gold piece, the $10 gold piece, and the $20 gold piece. And then when we think of silver, we think of the Morgan dollars that were minted here at the Carson City Mint, but there was more than just the dollars. There was dimes, quarters, a 20-cent piece, which was an interesting coin that was only minted for 2 years because it was mistaken for a quarter, and they decided to end that attempt to use that coinage. And the 50-cent piece, as well as trade dollars, another type of coin that a lot of people wouldn't know of that was produced.
But it was the Morgan dollar that soon became the favorite among collectors, and those produced at this fabled mint have become some of the most highly coveted. The CC Mint mark reminds us of the Old West, the low mintages and the mystique that have made the Carson City Morgans popular for the last 130 years.
The mint went on hiatus in 1885 for a period of 4 years as a new administration came in. Grover Cleveland, he was a Democrat and he was anti-silver. And at that point, he and others were considering closing this mint. It was closed, and for production, at least in 1886, 1887, and 1888, there was no coins minted. And I think another factor was the Comstock, the great mining district that had provided much of the silver and gold that came here to be produced, was already in decline at that time, and was, a matter of a few more years in the 1890s was really a depression in this area. So, interesting enough, Cleveland only served one term, and then a Republican one who was supportive of silver, Benjamin Harrison, and the mint opened again and started producing.
But the mint only operated for an additional 4 years. This was due to the lack of production from the Nevada mines, spiraling silver prices, the stock market panic of 1893, and the re-election of Grover Cleveland. In 1893, Carson City lost its formal mint status, and minting operations were discontinued by acting mint director Robert Preston. For years afterward, the building still served as an assay office where they tested the purity of precious metals. Finally, in 1941, the building was remodeled and for over 75 years has been the Nevada State Museum. Many of the remnants of the old mint still reside here, including Coin Press Number 1.
So it has a great history. It wasn't in existence very long, only 24 years of production, but it's produced some of the great coins in American numismatic history.
During the first year of operation, 1870, the Carson City Mint produced 6 different coins: the seated Liberty Dollar, Liberty Half Dollar, and Quarter, as well as the gold Half Eagle, Eagle, and Double Eagle. In 1871, they released the seated Liberty Dime. Then in 1873, the Trade Dollar. In 1875, the 20-cent piece, and finally, in 1878, the Morgan dollar was introduced. Between 1870 and 1893, the Carson City Mint released over 56 million coins with a face value of nearly $50 million. Altogether, there were 50 issues of silver coins and 57 gold coins.
I have specialized in the finest Morgan dollars since the early 1980s. Over those years, I have helped my clients assemble what are widely recognized as the finest proof Morgan dollar collections in existence. NGC, the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation, which is a leading independent grading service in the nation, has recognized their excellence over the decades, presenting many awards to my clients' collections. Here's one given to 2006 for the finest Proof Morgan collection. I tell you this because I believe I have a very important obligation as your host of Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I want you, my clients, to be able to walk the walk. That's my mission here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. And what I have today, folks, is a 3-coin set, a unique 3-coin set of Morgan dollars that in the decades ahead will rank among the most important and historically significant Morgan dollar sets one could hope to own. 1882, 1883, and 1884 Morgan dollars, all struck at the Carson City Mint in special encapsulated holders issued by the Treasury in the 1970s. These 3 coins rank among the lowest mintage silver dollars in the entire 100-plus Morgan dollar series. These Morgan dollars, folks, were struck at a legendary mint. Morgan dollars from this mint rank among the most desirable Morgan dollars among collectors and dealers of these coins. They are Morgan dollars struck at the Carson City Mint. And folks, these 3 Morgan dollars from the Carson City Mint that I have for you today really shouldn't even exist, especially in uncirculated condition. Uncirculated condition means none of these silver dollars ever saw the bottom of a cash drawer. They were never used for spending. They spent their entire existence in a mint bag. Now, the last Carson City Mint Morgan dollar was struck in 1893. Jack and I spent some time at the Carson City Mint, folks. By mint standards, the Carson City Mint, it's a very small building, and we've got a picture of the Philadelphia Mint. And it's an imposing building, and what you would expect from a mint that is striking millions of coins of every denomination every year. And here is the San Francisco Mint. Even though it was what we refer to as a branch mint, it was a very imposing building, very large. And here's the New Orleans Mint. Jack and I spent some time at the New Orleans Mint. It was originally built in the 1830s, a very large structure. And then we get to the Carson City Mint. Now, folks, when you place it next to these other mints, it's a tiny, tiny mint structure. The Carson City Mint was probably about the size of the cafeteria for the Philadelphia, New Orleans, and San Francisco mints. It's a very small building, and the relative output was minuscule compared to those other mints. Now, we flew in to Reno, Nevada. It was late in the evening. We drove down to Carson City. It was around 10 o'clock at night. We were looking for the Carson City Mint. We probably drove by it 3 or 4 times before we finally realized that that small building over there was the Carson City Mint. We thought it was someone's house. A large house, needless to say, but you know, it was not a big structure. Now, here's a chart that shows all the Morgan dollars that were struck at the 5 different mints over the entirety of the series. Philadelphia struck the lion's share of the Morgan dollars, over 300 million. Next came the New Orleans Mint, 186 million. San Francisco Mint, another branch mint, but a much larger mint than the Carson City Mint, struck 131 million Morgan dollars. Fourth was the Denver Mint, only 20 million coins. However, the Denver Mint didn't open until much later, in the early 1900s. They only struck Morgan dollars for 1 year, 1921. And then that 1 year, they struck over 20 million coins. And then you have the Carson City Mint. They struck Morgan dollars from 1878 to 1893, 13 different dates. And you total all those 13 dates up, it only came to 13,862,041 coins, about 1 million coins a year. Now, there are approximately 100 different dates at mint marks, and here we have a ranking of all the Morgan dollars struck by the highest mintage issue in descending order. The most common is the 1921 Philadelphia issue, over 44 million struck. If there's no letter after the date, it means it was struck in Philadelphia. Then you had the 1889 number, 221 million. Then you had the San Francisco, 1921, 21 million. You finally get to the bottom of the first page, 1896 Philadelphia, just about 10 million coins. Now we get to the second page. Here we get some lower mintages. It still starts out at around 10 million at the San Francisco Mint, but by the bottom of the page, we have a New Orleans Mint coin with only 4,900,000 coins. Now we're getting to some lower mintages. But it's not until the third page that we get to the Carson City issues. The highest mintage Carson City Morgan dollar is the 1890, 2.3 million struck. Next highest is the 1878, 2.2 million. And then the 1891, 1.6, and the 1892, 1.3. And now we get to the last page, folks. The coins we have highlighted in red are the coins we have for you today. The 1883, 1884, and 1882. Just over 1 million struck per year. Now, it was once believed that all the Carson City dollars either went into circulation or were melted down in 1918 as a result of the Pittman Act, when 59% of all the Morgan dollars struck were melted down for bullion. Over 270 million Morgan dollars. Take a look at this chart, folks. This is stunning. And here you can see the total mintage for all the Morgan dollars over the entirety of the series, 656 million, 270 million melted down. That's left 386 million coins. And the vast majority of those went into circulation. They were used for commerce. Only about 6.5 million have been certified in uncirculated condition. That's about 1.7% of the entire mintage of the surviving coins. Remember, folks, these coins were not made for collecting back then. They were struck for commerce. They were meant to be spent. So the mint tried to produce the most coins possible without a lot of concern about the quality. The coins were struck on a high-speed press, ejected into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another, collecting dings, gouges, and scuffs along the way. They would go through coin counting machines. They would go through the inspection and adjustment department. And from there, they would be dumped into bags. And the bags would be thrown onto trains. And these bags were heavy. So they didn't gingerly place them on the train. They would literally throw them on. The coins would then be rattling around for weeks on the train, abrading with each other and accumulating all kinds of bag marks, long before they even arrived at the banks across the country. They were spent. Most are heavily worn. For example, I've got an 1886-0 here. This is the typical Morgan dollar. I got it for about $35 in a coin shop because it's heavily worn. There's a lot of them out there. Over 10 million were struck. But if you found one in uncirculated condition, in other words, a Morgan dollar, an 1886-0 that never made its way into a cash drawer, was never used for spending, it would be worth $10,000, $20,000, $50,000, $100,000 or more if it was in uncirculated condition. So that last number there is the key number when it comes to collecting Morgan dollars. 1.7% of all the Morgan dollars originally struck have survived and have been certified in uncirculated condition. Now, folks, these Morgan dollars I have today struck at the Carson City Mint. This is where the story really gets incredible, really unbelievable, implausible, inconceivable. Only the federal government could concoct such an improbable plot twist. It turns out that deep in some remote corner of one of the cavernous coin vaults belonging to the United States Treasury were some dust-covered original bags of Carson City dollars, directly from the mint, uncirculated Carson City dollars, which were last struck in 1893. And here they were in these vaults at the Treasury in the 1960s. This is legendary, folks. In fact, my partner Jack McNamara, he just had to have one of these bags, folks, an actual Carson City silver dollar bag from the Treasury. And it was available in an auction, and Jack had to pay $1,500 just for this bag. That's how historic and monumental these coins are, and how much they mean to the collecting public today. This is the most incredible pedigree you could ever hope to own when it comes to Morgan dollars. There they were, original Carson City Mint bags with Carson City silver dollars, the lowest mintage Morgan dollars of all. Well, the Mint had all these bags of Morgan dollars from the Carson City Mint. And the question was, well, what do we do with these coins? The Treasury hired some expert numismatists to help sort the coins. And all the examples that were deemed to be badly damaged, heavily oxidized, were set aside. But the finest uncirculated examples were encapsulated beginning in 1972 in what we now refer to as the GSA holder, the Government Services Administration hard plastic holder, guaranteed uncirculated by the United States Treasury. And they were offered to the public for sale for a substantial premium. Here is one of the original brochures from that sale. This brochure gives the entire history, some of the beginnings of the Carson City Mint, how to bid on the coins. You could see the bidding prices. Minimum bid on the 1883 cc, 1882 cc was $30 at the time, folks. This was in the 1970s, $30. That was minimum bid. And that is what I have today. A limited quantity of the 3 extremely low mintage Carson City silver dollars, guaranteed uncirculated by the United States government in the original GSA holder. Take a look at these coins, folks. Beautiful, uncirculated Carson City Morgan dollars. Here's an 1882, the first year of this 3-coin set. Beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated. Now, Morgan dollars, again, these coins were struck for commerce, folks. And there you see at the bottom, the very unique CC at the bottom at around 6 o'clock. The CC meaning it was struck in Carson City, the dual mint mark. But these Morgan dollars were struck for commerce. Most would be very heavily bag marked. And as we said earlier, the worst examples, the damaged pieces, were not included in these GSA holders. These are among the finest surviving specimens from the GSA hoard. Discovered in the Treasury vault in the 1960s. They had been sitting there probably since the 1880s, a period of about 80 years. Just a truly once-in-a-lifetime Haley's Comet event when we're talking about Morgan silver dollars. Now, if you're new to collecting, the Carson City Mint operated for a very short time. Silver was discovered in Nevada in 1859, and this was monumental, folks. This vein of silver came to be called the Comstock Lode. In response to all the silver being mined, the Treasury built a small branch mint located in Carson City. They built it in 1865. This Carson City Mint had a very limited production capacity. Now, the Carson City Mint didn't begin striking any coins until 1870. By that time, mint production began to slowly decline because the tremendous output of silver from that Comstock Lode began to decline. And that's reflected in the population growth of nearby Virginia City. Virginia City was where a lot of the miners lived, not too far away from Carson City Mint. In 1860, Virginia City population was about 2,300 people.
It reached a peak in the mid-1870s with an estimate of about 25,000 residents. That was a huge, huge city when you consider this was the Wild West, folks. In the mid-1870s, 25,000 residents. It was a major, major city. But as that output began to decline, by 1880, the population of Virginia City declined to 11,000. By 1890, it was about 6,400 people, and by 1900, it was back down to only 2,700 residents. And in 1893, the Carson City Mint struck its last silver dollar. It was in operation, that mint, for a mere 23 years. Among numismatists, for all these reasons, the very low mintages, its remote location, in operation for only a little over 2 decades before it closed down, and its unique double mint mark. It's not a simple D that was used by the Denver Mint, or an S as used by the San Francisco Mint, or the O used by the New Orleans Mint. The Carson City Mint had a unique CC double mint mark. Among Morgan dollar enthusiasts, of which I am one, Carson City silver dollars have a special romance and a special place in our collection. And today I have these 3 Carson City silver dollars that really should not exist. By some freak or some accident, they ended up in the vaults in the Treasury and had been sitting there for decades and decades and decades. It's hard to believe these Carson City Morgan dollars struck almost 140 years ago to meet the demands of commerce. The silver dollar was the coin of the realm in the western states, folks. They didn't like to use paper dollars. They liked to use silver dollars. It's really a miracle that these have survived. And these are among the lowest mintage silver dollars in the history of Morgan and Peace dollars. And the 1882 CC, 1883 CC, and 1884 CC all have mintages of just around 1 million coins. Uncirculated, still sealed from 1882, 1883, and 1884. In the original GSA holders as they left the Treasury in 1972, guaranteed uncirculated by the United States Treasury. When PCGS and NGC opened their doors for grading in the late 1980s, a lot of those coins were cracked out of the holders so collectors could get the coins graded. A majority no longer exist in these original GSA holders. But then, sometime in the early 1990s, collectors of these coins in the original GSA holders began to say, you know what, I don't want to crack it out. It's much more valuable with this pedigree than it would be in a PCGS or NGC holder. To have this pedigree, folks, it's the only time the government has issued an original Morgan dollar in this special GSA holder. We have the 3 coin set today. These 3 rare CC dollars for $1,995 for the 3 coin set. It's available on the 2 payment option. All you have to do is put half down today of $997.50. We will hold one of these sets for you with your name on it, put it in our vault, and pay the balance in 30 days. You will get 3 pristine Carson City dollars, like you see here. These holders, they won't be cracked, they won't be chipped. They're going to be pristine, these 50-year-old holders, folks, just as they came out of the GSA. And most importantly, when these coins were issued by the GSA, each coin got a card with a serial number on it, explaining to the collector what they are receiving. The first 2 numbers on that card are the date of the coin. So when it begins in 82, that means this card was issued for an 1882 Carson City dollar. And on this card that you get for each of your GSA dollars, the Mint explains that this historic coin is a valuable memento of an era in American history when pioneers were challenging the West.
The silver in this dollar was mined from the rich Comstock lode, discovered in the mountains near Carson City, Nevada. The Carson City Mint was established there in 1870, and although it was in existence for a mere 24 years, it produced many coins which have endured as collector's items, among them the 13-piece Morgan dollar series of 1878 to 1893. Their link with a historic period in our nation's history gives these dollars an added appeal. This coin is an uncirculated specimen of the Morgan dollar, containing 90% silver, which somehow survived the massive coin melts of the early 1900s. They were discovered by a Treasury audit in 1964, after nearly a century of obscurity in the vaults. This issuance by General Services Administration of the last of the uncirculated Carson City dollars will serve for millions of Americans as cherished mementos of a colorful era. Folks, we hope you can take advantage of it. We got the most amazing group of these. Jack and I cherry-picked the finest examples in pristine holders, the coins in the most pristine condition, all with their original papers. We got a great deal on this collection because it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The only time Morgan dollars have been discovered in the vaults in the Treasury from the Carson City Mint. And we got them at a great price, and we're passing our good fortune on to you. This is a great way to start collecting Morgan dollars or any kind of United States coinage. It doesn't get any better than this. Here you've got these exquisite Morgan dollars struck at that Carson City Mint in 1882, 1883, 1884. They were thought to have been melted down in 1918. But no, there were some that were in the original mint bags issued by the Carson City Mint that had been shipped to the Treasury vaults and had been sitting in those Treasury vaults until 1964 when they were discovered in an audit. And that's the only reason we have these coins today. I hope you can take advantage of this opportunity. This is a great, great Morgan dollar set for you today, folks. It has the greatest possible pedigree. If there's ever a 3-coin Morgan set that you want to keep in your family, pass down to your kids and your grandkids, it would be this 3-coin GSA Carson City collection that I have for you today. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I have a very, very short period of time to bring you a sellout silver dollar. 2021 was an amazing year at the U.S. Mint. It's a transition year for the world's most popular silver dollar. Now, the American Eagle, the largest, most beautiful silver dollar, and I don't often describe coins numismatically as beautiful, but for this coin it really works. In 1916, Adolph A. Wyman created a design for a new American half dollar, the Walking Liberty half dollar. The coin is famous because it is a representation of liberty that had never been seen before. It's a Renaissance coin, Renaissance design. 1985. We go from 1916 all the way to 1985. 2 seminal years in the history of United States numismatics. Now, in 1985, Ronald Reagan, happened to be president at the time, signed a bill into law that was known as the Liberty Coin Act. And it authorized the Treasury to begin striking a new American silver dollar. And the American Eagle was born. Now, year in and year out, this silver dollar has been struck in a version, a proof coin, a method of manufacture by which there is a mirrored background and a frosty image of liberty. Let's take a look at what I'm talking about. For those of you who are diehard coin collectors, you know what I'm talking about. But for those of you who just happen to be watching our show for maybe one of the first times and just getting into coin collecting, what you're observing right here is the last of its kind. It is known as a Type 1 Silver Eagle. It's a legal tender $1 United States coin. It has an extremely small mintage. Only 327,000 of these coins were struck. It's really exclusively struck for the collector who wants the finest and the highest detailed silver dollar the mint can issue. Those coins are struck a minimum of 2 times to bring in all the detail you see. And the dies that they are struck from are the finest die pairs the mint can create. This all comes into play when the United States Mint at West Point issues its annual silver dollar for the collector. And that's what you're looking at. This year, this coin sold out in record time, quicker than any other year prior. And that's saying a lot, because this coin was first struck in 1986, and annually, every year since then, with the exception of 2009. Now, here's the really important part about that information that I gave you. It's a quick sellout, all good and well. But what you're up against, literally millions of coin collectors who did not get the opportunity to buy this silver dollar, which is the last of its kind. Now, take it from somebody who collects these coins in complete date runs, who's aspiring to own them from 1986 all the way up to the present time. Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we sell complete collections of these silver dollars in one of the ultimate grades, Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. It's one of the finest examples of the minter's art that you can acquire. A Proof 69 Ultra Cameo United States silver dollar. Now, it just so happens there's a lot more to the story than that. It's one of the smallest mintages you're ever going to find. In fact, that might be an understatement. Before we get into all this, I have to say, if you missed out on this coin and you have seen this coin for $300, $400, $500 right now, wait, give me a chance, because I want to offer you this coin for $239. And let me show you why it's the ultimate opportunity to buy the last of its kind. Here's what you're up against. Every one of the coins you see right there, every one of the years and all the mintages, those are all for the Type 1s. Minted from 1986 to 2021. And you can see the various mintages corresponding to every year that they're issued. At the very bottom of this table is the coin we're featuring, the 2021 Type 1, with the lowest mintage of all the annual issues, 327,440. Even lower than the previous leader of the pack, the 1994. So 327,000 coins, but that's not even half the story. And even $239, that's not the other half. And the fact that these are in our exclusive label with something even more exclusive, let's take a look at what that is. This is the culmination of the entire series of this silver dollar, ending with this coin right here, advanced releases. Now, if you're one of those folks who bought the complete collection from 1986 to 2020 of the Type 1 Proof Silver Eagles, you don't have this coin. It's not included in that collection. And I'll tell you what, millions of other collectors don't have it either, because this was the quickest sellout of a silver coin the U.S. Mint has ever experienced. Everybody wanted this coin. It is the last one. So for those of you collecting the entire series, it ends with this one. It is the final piece to the puzzle. This is why you have to own this coin. As I started looking at the amount of coins that have been certified, it was evident to me, in order to achieve these fantastic grades, you would have to submit to NGC at least 3 of these silver dollars in original government packaging just to get one back in the potential highest grade you could get, in that grade that you want, in a Proof 69. So here's what we found. If you want to go that route, they're going to cost you $139 per coin. And remember, you got to get 3 of them, at least 3. That's $417. And then, what about the grading? Well, you're sending in 3, 4, 5 coins. Keep this in mind, because you're going to have to pay a grading fee for each one of those coins. Now, keep in mind that $51 that you see there does not include the price of the coin, obviously at $139, and it doesn't include your cost to ship it to the grading service. So when you look at 3 coins, $50, $150, $417 just for the coins themselves, or you could get something that you cannot even get if you go through all those steps on your own, and that is the advanced releases labeling. You couple that with RCTV's exclusive Reagan Mercanti label, this is a prized possession. Here's one I found, not in our exclusive label, but in a Proof 69 Ultra Cameo at $349.99. Once again, at Rare Collectibles TV, we do things a little bit differently. We do all the work, and the reason for that is we're coin collectors at heart. We know numismatics inside and out. We know where to get these coins, but even that does not guarantee that we would be invited to participate in the advance releases opportunity. And what it is an opportunity for you, through us, to go to the head of the line, to even best the people getting first day of issue, first releases. Advanced releases are the only label that you can't request. You have to be invited to participate, because here's how this works. As a collaboration between the United States Mint and NGC, only 10% of these coins are being offered of the entire mintage with the exclusive advanced releases labeling. We were one of those companies that was invited to participate in acquiring the advanced releases labeling. They are, if you really want to look at it that way, like a VIP pass to the front of the line, or even better, a backstage pass that nobody can duplicate. So coupling all this with one of the quickest sellouts a silver dollar has ever seen, and remember, the mintage was 327,000. Only 10% of that mintage was even available for advanced releases. Only 10%. Rare Collectibles TV is featuring on every single one of these coins in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo for $239. Not just our exclusive labeling, but even more exclusive advanced releases. This is the ultimate in the last American silver dollar of its kind, in the last Type 1. Now, before we go, you might wonder, if you're not an avid coin collector, what is the difference? Why are we calling them Type 1s? And what is ending? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the reverse of this coin, which was a tribute to heraldic eagle silver dollars of the beginning, that was created by John Mercanti in 1986, is now retired. You are looking at the final coin, the last of its kind. A new series will replace that one, featuring a new reverse. But that original is gone forever. Very valuable, even priceless, but the real deal here, ladies and gentlemen, is that millions of collectors love this silver dollar in the ultimate expression of the minter's art, Proof Ultra Cameo. But only 327,000 coins were struck by the mint. Only 10% of those were available, eligible for this special labeling. So when you shake it all out, when you distill it down, you're getting the final silver dollar in one of the ultimate grades with the most exclusive labeling out there for an inside price of $239. And remember this, it is the last Type 1. It ends a complete series that began in 1986. Again, the last one, $239, our exclusive labeling with the even more exclusive advanced releases, all for $239. Rare Collectibles TV. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you soon.
Thanks for joining us here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo